does it say? Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? Sir? Sir?
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? Oh, there's Slowpoke? What Slowpoke? I wasn't even slow. Telemoana exile. Oh, restream bot working. Pog, I fixed it. Evan, how you doing? Change the video at the start. Still panicking on which build to start? Oh, don't worry. We all are. There will be so few people. There will be so few people who know what they're starting right now. I've got some ideas, like probably, maybe.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Hey, Ray Curry? Ray Curry. Sure. Thank you very much for the prime. We're starting with a brand elementalist, which ran all of them. I run one map in standard. Oh no. Oh! No, that's not one map in standard. That's already qualityed and blessed. That didn't happen. I'd be so mad if I ran one map in standard and got that. I'd be so mad. Ray works. Cool. Imagine getting a drop like that running one test map in standard. 50 fire, 49 cold, 34 lightning, 10 quant, 30 rarity. Alright. So, we have a round 3. We have a round 3 of gems. Now, I believe they were originally supposed to... I think there's still one more round coming. I think maybe. So no guarantee there's a 4th round. I'm pretty sure there'll be another round. It'll be the round to fill in all the gaps, because everything is going to have at least one alternate gem. They said that the plan was to have more, they said, but everything was going to have at least one. So everything that they were working on that was in the earlier alphabet or in this part of the alphabet that wasn't done when they posted it, that like mix should probably come tomorrow, I imagine. Heralds are gonna have them? I don't know actually. Wait. My restream bot. It was working. It worked for just a second. Is it not working anymore? Hold up. Station because Dream is dead. Streambot went on strike again. I didn't see any restreambot. But it worked for just one message just earlier. Just now in this stream. It worked. Like just scroll up. It's right there. Look. Right there. Oh, here he is. Well, hello all the rest of the people that also said hello that didn't come through the restream bot. This is what the real chat should have looked like. Telexia, hi. Hello, Twitch. Restream bot test. That one made it through. And then test from TF Muller made it through. I don't know what's happening. I do not know what's happening. I am special. And it worked. It came through again. So clearly. Can you change the affix it uses to just be YouTube in chat? I don't think I can change anything, to be honest. I can't even get it to work. Hola? Why, hello. Well, I was going to pay for Restream.io when it was working, but I guess I'm not gonna pay for this service because it's not reliable at all. So I guess never mind. We'll have to look into something different, a completely different thing. Okay, well, otherwise, time to get into gems. Maybe you pay it'll be more reliable. That would be a pretty shit business model, to be honest. give me a dodgy product that doesn't work as a trial. That doesn't sound like a good idea. Let's start. Oh, I see an SRS gem. Oh, I see an SRS gem. Oh, do we start with it? Do we start with it? Summon Raging Spirit of Enormity. Summons a short-lived flaming skull that passes and covering them in physical damage. Converting all of its physical damage to fire. Enemies not. Duration 5 seconds. Maximum 6 Raging Spirits. Minions of 88% more life. Minions hits are always crits. And 40% crit multi. Okay, for us over here on Poison SRS, this is nothing. For a hit variant like a Guardian, this is still not good enough on its own, even with the crit multi. Oh, and its cast time is 0.8. That's rough. But it might be... What's the name of that helmet? Oh, it's just reduced number. It's not you can only have 5. You just end up with 5. Okay. So that's no good. Honestly, I suspect this probably isn't even good for a hit variant. Even if you can make it do similar or more damage, it'll feel pretty bad to be relying on only 6 skulls to be able to clear. Just purely based on just not having enough minions to hit everything. Even if we just added a 0 to the end of their DPS numbers, it still wouldn't be that great. But Popcorn SRS, that can crit as well. This has got 88% more life on it. This is absolutely for detonating. This is absolutely for Popcorn SRS, which might be actually viable. Well, it was already viable, to be honest. To be honest, it was already viable. It was already decent, but not fantastic. With this, it might actually be fantastic. So, okay, sure, easy. All right, let's go through the rest in order. Purifying Flame of Revelations. 2-meter radius. Shockwave deals 110% more damage. But its damage effectiveness is 200 instead of, I think it's 220. Crit 5.5. I don't actually remember what its base crit was. But 50% of physical damage converted to... So it's got less damage and damage effectiveness and less AoE, but the Consecrated Ground Shockwave deals more damage, 110% more. That's interesting. I'm tempted to try this on the Miner. The cast time's still 0.7, which is not like fantastic, but I've seen worse.
Balor,
Okay.
why was Fibonacci afraid of 5?
We gotta turn this
because
shit off.
5, 8, 1, 3. Kappa.
Thank you for the biddies. Mine's over at cast time. Yep. All right. Pyroclast. Pyroclast Mine of Sabotage. Crit is 5.5. Pretty sure that's less. Fires 4 projectiles. Additional projectile. Each mine adds how much? Oh. This is the aura version. This is the support version. That is a lot of flat damage. Each mine adds 37 to 56 fire damage to hits against enemies near it. Literally, Pyroclast mine support, you can have 24 of them down. I don't know what 24 times 56 is. And that's without aura effect. If you're a Sab, you have 150% aura effect by default. So as a Sab with just your 24 mines and your aura effect, that should go up to a maximum. My understanding of how aura effect works with things like this is aura effect will affect that 37 to 56, but it will not affect the maximum number. So it would just let you get there easier, but not increase the max. Still, that's a lot of fire damage. Like a lot. That's a lot of fire damage. Okay. Rage Vortex of Berserking. Ah, so all three of the melee players will have another choice. Sweet. Rage Storm attaches to you, has more AoE, and loses rage at an accelerating rate like Berserk. Does not sacrifice rage or scale damage with rage. Wait.
Hot take, but I feel like fake butter tastes better than real butter, but only margarinally.
Okay. We're going over here where there are no alerts. There we go. So this rage vortex repetitively attacks enemies inside based on your attack speed. Spins with a sword or axe in an area around you if you have at least 10 rage, creating rage storm attached. So it's Cyclone, except not. It's Cyclone, except not. Hold the phone though. Is attack Blade Vortex? Okay. Just stay with me though. Is it double cock material? Can I throw a few of these out with a cast on crit and then Cyclone in the group at the same time with another cast on crit? Yeah, one of those and my Cyclone. I don't know if that'll be good, but it'll be interesting. You'd have to generate a lot of rage for it, and we just lost the ability to do that. So I don't know. I don't know about that, but let's see. Ray Spectre of Transience. 5 spec. Oh, base duration of 30 seconds. Is this Solwick? Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? Hold. Hold. I'm gonna need everyone to hold. We're doing it live. I'm sorry, am I pausing? Am I spelling it wrong? Or are 0 people on PoE Ninja using Solwick? Literally 0. Well, hang on though, because that's the latest snapshot. What if we look at 1 week in? Literally, no one cares. Like, actually, no one cares. No one was using it, and it's completely trash. And you dedicated an entire alternate gem to something literally 0 people want. No one even tries to make this work. It was a terrible idea then. It's a terrible idea now. I've never been more flaccid from looking at a gem than this one. Okay, moving on. Raise zombie of slamming. Maximum 7 raise zombie. Raise zombie's slam attack has 76% cooldown and 76% area. Oh, but they didn't give them any life. They didn't give them any life. We've now got cool slamming zombies that die too quick. Oh. You really need to make them a little tankier. I mean, I don't think they're gonna be. I think I'm just still gonna use the fall from the sky ones. All right, quick TLDR for this. Solwick is the jewel that enabled this sort of behavior with specters in the past. Basically, what it does is, or what it did, is it makes all of your specters temporary. You have to summon new ones every single map. You don't start with them, but you still need to find a corpse to do so, and they only last 30 seconds. But you can have 5 of them at base instead of 3. I guess they also come with 1000% crit, but like, no one wants to do that. Absolutely no one wanted this at all. No, that's... Zombies get 38% more maximum life automatically now on the gem. Not on this gem. I mean, we should have 3 players on PoE Ninja running Solwick. Like, total across all... Yeah, this was a waste of somebody's time. If anything, I'm a little bit mad about it, to be honest. Okay, moving on. Raise Zombie of Falling. This is the one we know about already, right? This guys, when the corpse falls on a minion, attack on a falling ground, causing an impact zone in an area, kills the zombie. Yep, cool. That one's cool. That one's cool. I'm excited for that. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on Ziz's build and how it goes, because he's league starting it. Everybody wants to play Let the Bodies Hit the Floor, and I just want to play in the background It's Raining Men, but you know, whatever. Oh. Scorching Ray of Immolation. So no exposure, less damage per debuff stage, but faster cast speed. Cast time's really good. More dot damage and more duration. Huh. Additional debuff stages add 14% more damage. 8 stages. Base cast time of 0.18. This might... I'm going to need to see this in Path of Building and play with it, but this might replace Fire Trap in a Righteous Fire setup and actually do more damage than it. This might be where Righteous Fire gets its damage back that it's missing. Also, way more thematically appropriate to be Scorching Rain than it is to be throwing a Fire Trap. I'm going to be honest. Righteous Fire builds throwing Fire Traps felt stupid. This feels a lot better if it's good. Like, I know Fire Trap was the best choice, and I know everyone was using it for a reason, but this feels better. Hopefully the damage numbers work out that it actually gets used. All right, Shattering Steel of Ammunition. Ew. It's back to the steel mechanics. Consume steel charges. Get extra steel stuff. Okay, no one wants to play that. We just skip that, right? Cool. Shield charge of the Chieftain. Crush. Shield crush of the Chieftain. Oh. 222 to 334. Listen. Just take 1 DPS off the top there, please. Make that say 222 to 333. I'm just saying. Adds 7 to 9 added fire damage per 15 armor on shield. More damage with close. Central wave has more area of effect. So it's just a fire armor version of Shield Crush. You're never going to play on a Chieftain, but that's fine. Okay, I mean, Shield Crush has been pretty good in the past. I don't see any reason not to have a fire version. Somebody will play it, but whatever. Sure. Siege Ballista of Splintering. Summon a Siege Ballista +3 to the maximum number of summoned totems. Projectiles can fork 1 additional time. Projectiles have 40% chance for an extra projectile when forking. Hold? What? Projectiles fork twice and have a base 40% chance for an extra projectile while forking. Huh. It's Woke Fork built into it. We've got fork wheels on the tree. You can get quite a bit of that. I think I love this. I think I love this. You could slap fork onto it. You wouldn't. It's already got 2 forks on it. You would slap chain on if you wanted more clear. If you needed more clear, you would slap on chain. That's kind of hot. This is kind of hot. I'm here for it. I'm actually here for that. That seems very cool. It doesn't have any base damage. Attack speed's 50%. It's fine because it's a totem. It's got 130% damage effectiveness. -3 max totems. Not very good. That's +3. That is +3 totems. That's actually quite good. Smite of Divine Judgment. So this is the one the Animate Guardian uses, or at least a variant on it. Perform strike, cause a lightning strike nearby enemies, dealing damage in an area. Target only hit by once by their skill. Sure. 50% converted to lightning, 38% more area damage, base radius 2.1. Lightning strikes 3 targets within 7 meters. Oh, so that's without Ancestral Call. That's just, it hits 3 targets, but it doesn't have an aura. Okay. So this pretty much guarantees that we don't use the alt quality Animate Guardian, the one that uses the like Animate Guardian of Divine Judgment or whatever it was. It doesn't have an aura. There's no aura attached to this one. But I mean, this could be used. I don't really do melee attack builds, so I don't know if I should be excited about this at all. I have no idea. Soul Rend of Reaping. Ooh, hello. More crit, more damage, more effectiveness, but no dot. More proj speed. Oh, and no pierce. Huh. So you'd have to add projectile modifiers to it because it's one projectile with no pierce. But it does come with a base 7% crit and 400% damage effectiveness and quite a bit of flat damage. Wait, can't that chain? It should be able to do any projectile modifiers. Yeah. It should be able to do any projectile modifiers. You just have to actually do the thing. Not like it's not built in. With a 400% effectiveness of added damage, Covenant Stonk's going real high though. Put a level 29 added chaos on this with 400% effectiveness is a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Like so much. I don't know how you're going to make it clear well, but that's a lot of damage. Okay. Soul Rend of the Spiral. Okay, so it's back to pretty lowish damage. Well, I think it's back to its original damage, I think. It's got all of its pierce. It costs quite a lot of mana. Slower cast, no ES leech, fires 5 projectiles in a spire. Soul Rend Helix? Huh. It's got the dot on it as well. Blade Vortex of Chaos. Man, that cost is so big though. And it's down to a 5% crit, which is fine. It's got the dot back. Hmm. 64 mana cost. 64! That's before gems supports. That's just its base. It's gonna be like casting a blessing every single time. It's gonna be like a several hundred mana cost. Okay, there's a running thing that I'm really unhappy with, which is a lot of these alt quality stuff that's cool. One of the things they keep doing is putting super long cast times on things. And I don't know how to get across in my head that we collectively, and I feel comfortable speaking for everybody here, fucking hate that. Like, putting a super long, like, cast time on things makes them feel clunky and awkward. Find a better way to have a downside. The mana cost to downsides are fine. Like, do something else, not that. No one wants clunky gameplay. Doesn't matter how strong you make it. It's not fun to play if you make it clunky and awkward. And that's what long cast times do. Generally. Not a fan, though triggering this might be fun. No new filter early. We fixed that the other day. I'll get to it later. We're looking at gems right now. Spark of Nova. Alright. So it's just Spark but in a Nova. 200 damage effectiveness. It costs more. It's got a slower cast speed again. But it's got more damage. Quality adds projectiles. It fires in a circle. It's slower again though. That's not... Stop doing the cast speed thing, man. It's also not conversion. So... no poison. Damn, this one too. Damn, no rip poison. Rip poison. Okay. I mean, sure, whatever. Spark of unpredictability. So it's back to 8 proj. Less damage. Base duration is longer. Like 25%. That's nice. Launches unpredictable sparks that move randomly with large differences in speed and distance. Sorry? Thanks. I hate it. The only thing worse than completely randomizing how my skill will function is putting it on a pendulum. Those are 2 more things you could stop. Stop randomizing my shit and stop putting stuff on pendulums. I'm gonna pass, thanks. Okay. Spectral shield throw of shattering. So this is just spectral shield throw. It costs a bit more. Attacks a bit slower. I'm noticing a theme. Higher amount of cold damage, so it's got cold damage instead of fizz. Has more projectiles but no built-in chain. But again, slower. So more damage, cold base instead of fizz. It's got a more projectile speed but no chain. More projectiles, but again, just slower. Just slower. Everything is slower, man. This is bad. This is the least good set of gems I've seen. Okay. Split arrow string modifiers to the number of projectiles instead apply to the number of targets. Split towards 8 targets. Split without being hit by a target. Okay. So it's just auto targeting. It's just an auto you can't miss split arrow. That's all that is. Projectiles can split without hitting a target. When do they split? This is what I imagine that it will be. Here's me. Right here. This is how I imagine it. Us here. This is us, right? And then over here, bunch of mobs. Right, bunch of mobs. This is my projectile. I fire projectile. It gets a little bit away from me. It splits. Didn't hit nothing. It auto targets all of the mobs that it has enough projectiles to split at. Ta-da. That's what I see happening. That's what I see happening. I'm not positive about it, but that's how I'm envisioning. That's how I'm envisioning split arrow of splitting working. We'll see. Splitting steel of ammunition. Well, all three of those melee guys got even more option. Number of targets projectile split towards. So it's another one of those split things, but also consuming steel charges. Summon Chaos Golem of Maelstrom. Summons a Chaos Golem. The Chaos Golem can cast a powerful damage over time aura that withers enemies in addition to its melee attack. Minions have 20% chance to inflict wither on hit. When it says minions have 20% chance to wither on hit, does that mean all minions? Or does that mean just this minion? I think it means all minions. So here's the thing. I don't know which one of this is, but if it affects all minions, we might change swords in the poison SRS build back to the 60% chance to poison sword, because 20% chance to wither is enough. In fact, 10% chance to wither would be enough for poison SRS. There are 20 skulls out. Attacking several times a second, you will be at wither cap. If it is just itself, then we need a whole lot more information than this. What is the chaos aura damage over time? How big is it? What's its uptime? How often is it putting out withers? Is it able to stack 15 withers on its own on a single target? I need so much more information. There's just nothing here. It doesn't tell me anything. Where's all the information about the skills? You know how these ones have like a breakdown of like everything that happens in them? They're like huge. They're like the size of the whole screen. And then Minion is just like, we'll get to the FAQ. Calm down. Yeah, I need all this breakdown. I need that. I need that for that minion thing, because that could be affecting poison SRS. Unless it doesn't. It'd be affecting poison SRS unless it's only affecting itself. If it's only affecting itself, then I don't give a fuck. Alright, moving on. Flame Golem of the Meteor. Summons a Flame Golem. When summoned, the Flame Golem attacks by falling from the sky, dealing fire damage in an area and leaving behind burning ground on impact. After landing, it can cast a fire spray and wave. Cast a fire spray and wave of fire damage. 40% CDR. Huh. Huh. So, running problem. What is the burning grounds damage? What's it based on? How do I scale it? How big is it? What's its area? What's its base radius? After landing, it can cast a fire spray. What's that? What are the tags on it? What does it do? What's its damage numbers? What's wave of fire? What's the radius on that? What's the cooldown on that? What's the... Where's this? I know nothing about this gem. I know nothing about this gem. This is worthless to see. Where's my information? Where is it? Why isn't it on the gem? Oh my god. Ah, okay. Summon Ice Golem of Hordes. Summons an Ice Golem. Maximum 3 summon golems, 40% CDR. Hello. Note. We've shown the Ice Golem of Horde in this patch, but all summon golem gems will have this variant to make up for the Anima Stone unique jewel no longer having the +1. Wait, a golem build's back? Huh. Three base carrying golems. One more from the tree, one more from the ascendancy. But you still get one. You can still get. There was +2 from jewels, and they keep referencing removing one of those two. So perhaps we get to play golems again. I can play another Golemancer build. I'm on board with that. All right, there's the SRS of Enormity. We did that. Summon Reaper of Revenants. Okay, what are you going to do? Because the only thing that's even remotely viable on Summon Reaper is scaling its one giant bleed hit. There's like 3 people that do it. Because of maximum 3 summoned Reapers, 40% movement speed, 30% less damage. Okay. Cause your non-Reaper builds the minions to deal 29% less damage and have 29% less health. Reaper would use a variety of slashing area attacks. Of any Reaper it lost the... So it doesn't have a cooldown, but it's really slow to cast again. Really slow to cast again. It doesn't have any of the bleed chance, any of the bleed damage, and it doesn't have the dash attack when the skill is used by the player. See, this could still be useful. This could still be useful. Because here's the thing. What we were doing with the original Reaper, the only way to do the original Reaper was to scale the bleed. This appears to not want to scale the bleed and instead has some different attacks that we're not used to seeing. And they might be good. But again, what is the slashing area attack? What is its damage coefficient? What is its area? What is its cooldown? What is variety of slashing and area attacks? What are they? What do you mean? Okay, sure. Alright, what is this next one? Summon Reaper of Eviscerating. Summons a powerful Reaper which passively follows you without attacking enemies. The Reaper's presence weakens your other minions and it will consume them to temporarily empower and heal itself. Using this skill where the Reaper is already summoned causes it to dash to a target location and perform a powerful attack. Remember to trigger supported by... Okay. Well, that's the one people might use. I still don't see me ever wanting to play it, but... But okay, whatever. Summon skeletal major... Oh, no, sorry. I misspoke. Summon skeletons of archers. Summon skeleton archers as a target location that fire an arrow and die after a duration. Summons 3 at a time. 8 total max. What's their damage efficiency? How many projectiles do they have? What kind of an attack is it? Does it have any projectile speed? What is it? What is anything? They can't write it all on the gem baler? Well, except they can. They don't mind giving you a novella on everything else. This is interesting. Prismatic. The skeletal mage gem is prismatic? Hold the phone. Does that mean I can use the jewels? Like the Ellie hit jewels? Can I block elements? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I'm almost certain that that means you can block element. Why else would you add the prismatic tag? Oh, that's interesting. Luckily, I already know what the abilities that these things do. Guardian for sure, right? Guardian pure cold? Guardian, you lock them into cold because you can still deal with that. Surely you'll still be able to deal fire and lightning damage. It'll just be only cold hits. So the hatred will affect it all the time. And the other 2 auras are flat damage types. Plus the replica covenant. Yeah, replica covenant, 29 added cold, lock them into cold. Use your hatred aura to buff that cold as a guardian, but then also have wrath and anger for extra addeds of the other 2 anyway, just for extra damage. Yeah, it's 50% less. Oh, you're right. It is less damage. Okay. So not a guardian. Not a guardian. It's probably something else. Okay. Either way, being able to lock... Oh. Lightning. Doriani's prototypes. Oh. Oh. Hello. Okay. Okay, cool. Sunder of Earth Breaking. We've not support adopted by skill use, less cost, faster attacks, less damage effectiveness, but more AoE, more damaging area, fewer shockwaves, less delay between waves. Does not gradually. Yo, this is just better Sunder. This one attacks faster. Yeah. Okay, good. All 3 melee players rejoice. You have like a good skill. Amazing, actually. Huh. Okay. Void Sphere of Rending creates a void sphere which hinders enemies around you with a debuff stronger than enemies close to the sphere. Also regularly pulses for area damage. Consume the corpses of enemies which die inside the area. Can only have 1 void sphere at a time. 40% to chaos. What is happening? No cooldown. Too long of a cast speed to be comfortable, but... Oh, it also doesn't pull things in. Consume the cost of an enemy, doesn't say there we go. Okay. So it doesn't... So it's one of those turn it into a main skill though, right? You can only have 1 at a time, but with no cooldown, you can still cover a pretty big area. And so it's one of those, like, turn it into an actual skill that does damage deals, right? I think I'm okay with this. I wouldn't league start it, but I definitely want to play with that later. That sounds cool, but not reliable for a league start. All right, moving on. Volcanic Fissure of Shaking. It doesn't matter. Anyone that was going to play that is now playing New Sunder. Slam the ground, creating a winding fissure that deals damage. Okay. So, slower attack speed. No projectiles. Continues to travel but has more AoE. Yeah. Snaking, sorry. Yeah, right. That's the one that like hits a mob, goes to a different mob, goes to a different mob. That doesn't matter. Play this Sunder gem looks real good. Play it instead. Vortex of Projection. Less duration, less dot, but it goes on a frostbolt. Can explode from 5 frostbite projectiles though. Garbage cast speed, but it 5? It wasn't always 5, was it? Wasn't it 3? It was 3 before, right? It was at least 4? Was it? Okay, well, now it's 5. 50% more area when cast on frostbolt. Okay. I mean, pity about the slow cast time. It keeps happening, but otherwise, sure, there's that back. Wild Strike of Extremes. Oh my god, look at the tags. Attack, melee, strike, lightning, cold, fire, projectile, AoE, chaining, prismatic. Wait, prismatic? Okay. So it's got prismatic as well. Cool. Your melee weapon strikes never converting physical damage to a random, then depending on the element chosen is a fire explosion, arcbolt of lightning, or an icy wave. It'll avoid choosing the same element twice. Oh! I'm sorry, cost 28 mana, 28 life, and 28 energy shield. Jesus. Jesus. But the attack damage is 240% of base, with the added effectiveness at 240 as well. Projectiles can pierce all targets. Beam chains 7 times. Fires 3 projectiles. 19% area. Chance to freeze, shock, and ignite. Physical damage converted to... Yep. Hits treat... Oh. Hits treat enemy monster elemental resistance values as inverted. Sorry? Okay. Huh. That's in... I take back everything I said about the 3 melee people. You were right all along. We're all playing Wild Strike. This actually looks fucking great. I apologize for the slander. Melee looks great. Look, I'm not going to league start this. It looks like it's going to require some investment. But I am here for it. What happens if you don't have 28 ES? You don't get to cast the skill, like you're out of mana. You have to be able to maintain the life, mana, and ES cost. Now you can change the mana cost to either life with blood magic or to energy shield with eldritch battering. But you can't change the life cost into anything, and you can't change the energy shield cost into anything. Though you can reduce it with like reduced cost of skills, but not with flat reduced mana. That will only affect the mana portion. So we can make it cost... It's going to be hard to attack with. It's going to require investment, but that looks actually fantastic. That looks actually fantastic. I apologize for the slander to all 3 of the melee players. That was very rude of me. I'm going to make a melee build this league. My bad. Don't forget the new lightning strike. Shit, I might make 2 melee builds this league. After all of that slander. Okay. So let's see what's new. Where does the new stuff start? Okay. Alright, we'll just start at the top. Does Pen's mark scale with mark effect? Yes. Oh, really? The mark effect increases the numbers of phantasmal swords. I'm not going to lie. I assumed the answer to this was no. I thought it was just called mark, but it would be something else. That's cool. All right. Can we have more details about the skills? Yeah, can we? Any, actually. Oh, hello. The empowered chaos dot aura from the summon golem deals approximately 2.5 times the damage of the regular version. Regular version of what? The empowered chaos dot aura from summon chaos golem of the maelstrom deals approximately 2.5 times the regular version. The regular version of what? The normal chaos golem has an aura? I don't think I even knew that. I don't even think I knew that. It has a duration equal to its cooldown. Okay, cool. 50% more area effect. It applies withered once per second to enemies in the storm. Ill. Yeah, ill. Alright, so it doesn't say whether that node gives us 20% chance to wither for every minion or for only itself. That'll be a deciding factor of whether it makes it into my build or not. If it's to all minions, we're replacing our stone golem, we're giving up the regen, we're using this. If it's to just itself, it's worthless, don't worry about it, keep our stone golem. For our purposes, anyway. So we'll have to work that out, but whatever. The impact from Flame Golem's meteor is an attack that also leaves a big area because of Flame Golem's other skills. All spells, a direct comparison isn't possible, but the damage is fairly high. Okay. Sure. The dash attack for Summon Reaper is identical to the regular version, but has no cooldown. See, the people who play Summon Reaper might actually enjoy that. That does seem cool. Still not worth it for me. Raised zombie of slamming uses the same slam attack the default zombie used. Good to know. Alright, the maximum 3 summon golem lines from the Horde's variant is skill global, or is it specific to that golem? It's global. No? It's specific to that instance of the skill. Right, sure, of course. Yeah, of course. For example, if you both have a normal stone golem and an ice golem and a horde socket, you'd have 3 ice golems or 2 ice golems and 1 stone golem, but not 3 stone golems. Yeah. Yep. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. How about the details for Warlock's Penance Mark skill? Whenever the marked enemy is hit, it spawns 3 phantasms, no more than once a second. Phantasms are regular enemies and will fight you while they live but expire after a few seconds if not already killed. They grant flash charges and Val souls when slain, but do not drop loot or leave corpses. Cool. Alright. Can you please give us the numbers on the Warden of the Madrian Bark skill? Okay. Bark Skin is a persistent buff that reserves 25% of your mana. I thought that was going to be free. I wasn't storming off, I had to let the dog out. I must have missed that. I must have missed that. I thought this was going to be free. Gain 1 bark for each second you haven't been hit. Lose 1 bark when hit. 15% armor per bark, minus 15% physical damage per taken per bark. 2% more chance to evade. Maximum 10 barks. I don't know if I care about this. Maybe I should. But I can't figure out why I do. Somebody will. I mean, it's a lot of armor and evasion, but at a 25% RMR, like, who the fuck's got room for that in their build? %15 increased armor per bark. 2% more chance to evade is cool. I don't know who's got room for this in their build, to be honest. They keep removing like RMR for things. It's getting tighter and tighter. It's getting tighter and tighter to like be able to fit in useful things. Most of us have already given up an entire aura in the last like year or two from like every build we've ever run, because they keep making it harder and harder to like put stuff in. It's gonna be really hard to fit in another 25%. That's all. Like, and this doesn't feel strong enough for me to be willing to drop anything I'm already using. So, instead of War Banner, I mean, war banners are 10% though. War banner, like banners are something you could slide in when you don't have enough for a real aura. If you can afford a 25%, like 15% increased armor, $10, that's 150% increased armor. Or I could put on Arctic armor and get like 29% less physical damage taken and less fire damage taken. like I could get 115% increased armor or 29% less physical damage taken. What are you? They're not even fucking comparable. Like, the evasion portion might be good, but you have to get hit for that. And so I don't see, like, it's no, because you have to get hit first. And if you're an evasion build, stacking evasion, hoping that this is going to help you, you can't get hit 10 times to stack this. You'll be dead. You cannot get hit 10 times to stack this up. You'll be dead. This is at best a 10 or 15% aura. 25? No way. No way. Maybe somebody with iron reflexes and like armor stacking. Maybe. Maybe. Alright. What is the dark effigy of the warlord? Creates a dark effigy tethered to you. Damage you take from enemy hits is taken from the effigy's life before yours. 200% of the damage the effigy takes from hits is taken from your life before its own. The effigy is destroyed if you get too far away from it. The effigy is not a minion. Its life scales on your... Didn't I almost exactly call what dark effigy does? Almost? I was so close. I was so close with what I said the dark effigy would do. I didn't expect it to go forward and backwards though. Damage you take from enemy hits is taken from the effigy's life before yours. And 200% of the damage the effigy takes from enemy hits is taken from your life before its own. That's fucking horrendous. I don't think I've ever been in a fight where I could be like, I'll put a totem over there. Don't attack that space. Anyways, armor stackers don't even want that aura. It isn't even 20% more evasion to convert. It's 20% more chance to evade. Oh, rip. Okay, so the one use case I thought up for this isn't actually a use case at all. Okay, cool. Trash. Somebody make this a 10% aura and maybe we'll use it. Maybe. How does lightning strike of arcings 10% more damage per chain work? Causes the projectile 10% more chain for each time the projectile has changed. Okay. Well, flag on the play. Could we change this wording to match the other wordings that do the same thing? Yes. This stat will be reworded to be less ambiguous. Yes, we can. Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. Little sad. Probably not going to use it. Well, maybe I will. It's clear only now, though. Like, well, I want the chain, though. It's still going to be really good for chain, for, like, clearing. But, well, hang on, though. Because you can bounce it off walls, you can bounce it off a tornado, and you can put the mark on things that spawn the extra mobs every second, and you can chain off them as well. That new mark, like you could do that as well. But you're not going to have that because that's a warlock mark, and you're going to be using tinctures, which is a different ascendancy. Um, I mean, I guess you could. Maybe you don't need tinctures. Maybe we get both things. Aced, thank you very much for the prime. I have notifications off for a moment. Okay. Shown by... No, all of them got it. Okay, simplex amulet. Okay, we're back to where we are. Back to everything being answered. Okay. Interesting. I gotta say, I'm a little bit like disappointed by the lack of information I have on every single minion that's given to us, but otherwise, God, overall these gems are gonna be insane. Yeah, unfortunately, this doesn't answer the question about Chaos Golems that mattered. The Chaos Golem answer in here doesn't actually tell me anything that mattered. I mean, it sort of does. It answers some of the... Like, now I know that the dot only withers once per second, so I know the dot is irrelevant. But I don't know if that line affects all minions or if it only affects the minion, it's the one minion itself. So we'll still need to find that out. Which Nutri such a vote for Poison SRS? The one with charms in it. The one with charms in it. The other two are pretty average, to be honest. No righteous fire gem, does that mean just something special on it rather than base damage back at you? Just holding out till day 4? No idea. No idea. Give me Pen's Mark, Poison Pathfinder. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's so many gems I want to see that we haven't gotten yet. Yeah, there are so many. I had to step away. What do you think of the new Wild Strike? I had to quickly apologize to all the melee people I've been slandering the whole video. Because now I want to play Wild Strike. I'm back to leaning to artillery ballistas. I need a new gem for it. Oh, fuck artillery ballistas. What about caustic arrow ballista poisons? It looks insane. League start skeletal mages. Skeletal mages also looks pretty cool. But your favorite chance figured gems so far? Like top 5? Oh, I have no idea. EA Exsanguinate, Righteous Fire, Fire Trap, Seismic Track, and Shockwave Totems are all the ones I want to see. Ooh. 95 out of 110 in the private league so far. And 115 in the sheet. Is it time to add a few more members to the private league so it doesn't fill up? Or do we just not do that until it does fill up? It's also pretty cheap to add like 20 more people. Like it's literally 120 points total to add 20 more people. We could just put a crowdfund open for that. Let them beg for space. There'll be no begging for space. We'll just add space as people join. Don't see the crowdfund. Well, I have to start a crowdfund to be able to do that. We'll do the thing. Yeah, alright, we'll start a crowdfund just for 20 more people. Like, it's only 120 points. It's not bad. And we're getting close enough to full that that's definitely going to fill up. We'll add more if we need to add more later. We can add more whenever. Oh, shit. The Poison SRS thing's done already. Nice. Just the skeletal archers, please. They already exist. I just don't even know how to do them.
I don't think I need to be.
I know they already exist, but I don't even know how to make them. Like, I've never used them before. I just know that they exist. Oh, shit. Minions have 50% movement speed, 70% damage plus 6 to maximum number of raging spirits. But it reserves 30% of life. Huh. So you get 12 minions instead of 6 minions. Maybe you don't have to only use it with pops. 12 minions that 100% crit might be worth it. Do we invite once invited, or is there something we need to opt into? If you type !Baylor League, there'll be 2 links there. One is a spreadsheet if you want to fill out your own information and what you plan on doing. And the other one is the actual league to join. Check the spreadsheet first. It's got a list of like things on the rules and Atlas tree stuff page. There's like some like rules, quote unquote. Basically, everything is free trade. We're not trading for profit. No one's ever getting rich. You give away everything you don't need. You take everything you do need for free. And then it's basically just a big giant group found league. Like, that's the idea. Just a big community group found league. So we'll help with everything. Stones and crafting things and, you know, all of the things. I don't think you would use 2 of these, by the way. One reserving 30% life for 6 extras with 50% movement speed is enough. I don't think you would do 2. Plus, with 6 extras, it's 12. And with 12, you could still get away with not needing Unleash, probably. If you put an extra 6 on top of that again, then you now you need Unleash again. about CI. You can't use this with CI. Cannot be used with chaos inoculation. Literally written there. Low life hybrid, petrified blood sort of stuff is fine as well, where you're like still a life build. I don't think there's any life reservation evidence there's not of the skills. Seriously, is nobody really asking how easy or hard it is to get these gems? It should actually be relatively easy. You just have to run lab to do it. Super Jazz just says the RF is in a rough space. I really enjoyed the RF Chieftain. I want to do it again. I have a sneaking suspicion RF will be fine, except that we're going to be... I think you're going to be using Scorching Ray instead of traps. Maybe. There's a chance that we end up using that Scorching Ray gem instead of traps, which I don't know if I love or hate. Do you know what your league's starting yet? Maybe Hex Blast, maybe Wild Strike, maybe Lightning Strike, maybe SRS, maybe... Could be anything. Maybe golems. I'm probably just going to do Hex Blast Mines. I'm probably just going to keep doing Hex Blast Mines because I know I can kill all the regular bosses really, really easily and really, really early. And I know that if I can get my hands on that goddamn helmet, if I can get my hands on the helmet and the shield and go the life stacking variant, then I will definitely be able to do all of the Ubers as well. And so, yeah, Sandstorm Visage. We do have some people who want to run a bunch of that mechanic that I can't remember the name of all of a sudden. Sanctum, thank you. Ubers to test these yet? Nope, but I've seen them done. They'll be fine. What do you think of Guardian SRS? I don't really think about Guardian SRS unless somebody asks me about it. It's not really good. Well, it might be this league. It depends on how the replica covenant. It depends on how rare that replica covenant is. But it's not actually worth playing in a real league. It's only worth playing in like small events. Like if you're only going to play for 3 days, Guardian's way better. But if you're going to play for like more than that, you should definitely just be Poison. Yeah, it's basically just Sentinel of Radiance until Sentinel of Radiance falls off. So here's what happens, right? This side, Guardian. This side, Necromancer. Start, get to normal lab. From there on, Guardian is like 25-30% in front of Poison, and in front of Necromancer, until you can make the Poison swap. As soon as you can make the Poison swap, alright, let's change it back over to the thing so I can see when ads are coming. Over here. There we go. Does the guild need any points donation to pick up some tabs for the private
Don't
league?
think I need to be
Probably.
doing that right now.
Almost certainly. We need a few. We are also going to need some more space because people keep joining, which is good, but we're running out of space.
Doth prescend with precision.
Just need a moment to catch my breath. Play dead. Good doggy.
Very stuff and a cup of coffee. Yep. People seem to love it last time, so if we don't get more gems tomorrow, I'm gonna be a very, very sad boy. We're definitely getting more gems tomorrow. Too many gems are missing. Too many gems are missing.
Oh, the weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. When one defiles the effigy, one defiles the emperor.
I think the cutoff, like, is tomorrow. Like, we're gonna have to get what do you call them?
Get your
Like-
magic find characters ready.
The data, the pack, the thing where they give us the stuff.
Adds dispatch.
Ambition. Empires are forged
GGPK,
in
yeah,
stone
that's the
and
one.
Fire.
Adds dispatch. Use the error. Thank you very much for the prime. Global channel for the league is just going to be in the Baylor global channel. 22567. Always the Baylor private, the Baylor global channel. Who comes with the turret, and the turret is tomorrow? Yeah, so that's basically the cutoff for things they want to put in the league at launch. So I still think there will be one more pack of gems. I mean, there really is no like actual cutoff. They can add whatever they want whenever they want.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes
But I would
without
expect
hesitation.
that we get one more pack, like pack of gems, and then I would think that that would be it.
Ends. Rise to the occasion. You are inexhaustible. This empire remains filled with emperors in waiting.
I always wonder how it must feel for Blakey now when I say stuff like, there's definitely going to be one more, and then that'll be it. Because before he was speculating, and now he knows the answer, and all he can do is sit there and be like,
Just need a moment to catch
I don't know if he's going to be thinking like, how does he know? Or, what a fucking idiot. I wish, got no idea what's going on. Could be either one. Oh. It's always been the second one. Whatever. fragment tabs. Nice. Thank you. What if I know how to accept them? I figured it out last night. I accepted a few. Unique tab for guild. Unique guild already has a unique tab. Page no content creators drive up the price of my unique build. Hey, there's no price of your unique if you join the private league. Doesn't matter how popular something is, because everything is free. One of us. One of us. One of us. You mentioned the I'm not sure. Oh, that's because I don't think, well, I got the bot working. Did I get the commands working on YouTube? Did they work as well? It's the same bot. Well, no, it's a different bot, but I tried to fix both of them again. So let's see if the commands work on YouTube. And if they don't, I will link it myself. I just joined. Did I walk into a cult? All right, it looks like there's still no commands on YouTube. Okay, hang on. Let me grab that myself and just post it into the YouTube. There we go. Does Guild have open slots at the moment? It does, like 3 or 4, until I have to buy more slots.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
You do not need to be in the guild to join the private league. It is just open to everybody. We've got a global chat we'll be speaking in instead of guild chat, so like everyone will be involved. The global channel is 22567. Everybody should join it. It's just ! global for the thing. So you're welcome to join the guild.
An aspirant can afford to be promising.
How do you feel about that new SRS gem?
Must keep those promises.
Interested?
Our throne is the most.
But as far as poison SRS goes, it's worthless.
Show me your resolve. I die for the Empire.
A cult is just a religion with less followers. Yeah, pretty much. You still have to use maps to name your guild.
For your
Yes.
emperor, you are
Yes, for the guild tag.
For the goddess of justice,
That is still how that's done.
You are worthy. Receive our blessings.
Or at least it was when I made mine. I don't think it's changed.
Rise, ascendant, for this is the ending that we all deserve.
What do you think about the Guardian of Absolution? Is it strong? Not for any of the current minion builds that we run. No. But it might. That changes league start. Show me. Show me. If the idea of Jung's tweet is just to throw down these mines to get a buttload of flat fire damage and using SRS to attack with them, that sounds awkward and clunky, and the answer's no. Spoilers. Uh, uh, Penance mark plus low tolerance. Oh my god, low tolerance. Of course. Oh my god. Once a second. Every time. Oh my lord. Ah. English, please. Sorry. Okay. So penance mark is the mark that allows you. You put it on a boss and it summons the mobs around it, right? The mobs that are real mobs that you can kill to give you charges and everything. Pathfinder is a poison build. Pathfinder automatically prolifts the strongest poison on a mob to the nearest mob to the next mob when it dies. So we're going to buff up that mark effect. We're going to summon probably 5 or 6 mobs around every single target mob once a second. Hit those with an AoE poison, which is going to have low tolerance applied to it, which is 300% increased damage for the first poison applied. That is going to kill those mobs, and those poisons are all going to prolif onto the main mob. So you get once a second, you're going to summon like 5 to maybe even 7, depending on how much you stack it, mobs. 5 to 7 or so, and then prolif all of that onto the onto the main. Yeah, and that low that actually needs to not make it. This isn't actually an understatement. This is uber.cap. Shit. That's actually uber.cap, like literally 10 hours into the league. Maybe 12 or 15 for me. Day 1, uber.cap boss damage. Yeah, that actually breaks. That actually breaks. That's actually not okay. Yeah, that actually needs to be fixed. I don't want that in. If this doesn't get addressed, I have to start a Pathfinder. I don't have a choice. There's only Pathfinders now. Our whole private league is just Pathfinders if we don't change this. I don't think that makes it. There's still like 2 days. There's no way. There's no way that makes it. That actually breaks everything. I don't see how they fix it without gutting that mark to make it do nothing. It needs to not be able to prolif off them. How do you do that? You don't want to make them, you can't make them immune to poison. Got a league start. Start Tuesday. Nice. Guardian SRS better for delving. I don't know. I think you just have to block prolif from those mobs. I don't even know if that's something you can do. I don't even know if that's something they can do. But then make them 1 or 2. But no, you don't understand. It doesn't matter if they have 1 life. If you apply a poison that deals 1 million damage a second to them and they die instantly because they have 1 max life, then that 1 million poison prolifs over to the boss that doesn't have just 1 life. And if you do that to 7 to 9 mobs every single second, what does low tolerance even do? 300% increased poison damage for the first poison applied to each mob. Yeah, it's per cluster. You can have 4 of them in. You can have 1200% increased poison damage, right? To the first hit only. Poisons you inflict on non-poisoned enemies. Even without this, it's still too busted. With this, yeah, it's also on a mastery as well. You're right. Nah, that's actually like super big brain, but also like the entire league in every variation of the league is 95% Pathfinders if they don't fix this. "95% solo self-found Pathfinders, 95% hardcore solo self-found Pathfinders, 95% hardcore Pathfinders, 95% softcore Pathfinders, 95% private league Pathfinders." Huh. How do you fix this? The thing is, low tolerance isn't even needed. This is just another layer. This is just another layer. Even if you remove low tolerance, it doesn't matter. If you remove low tolerance, that changes you from hitting poison cap on uber bosses 10 hours in to needing like 2 full days to hit poison cap. So just having them spawn with like a low poison on them doesn't matter. Okay, so we won't use low tolerance. It's going to take us 2 days instead of 10 hours. That's not a solution. We can't be reliably prolifing 7 to 9 mobs worth of poison every single second. It's too much. Even without low tolerance. Yes, penance bar can be affected by mark effect. I don't know how to fix this. I don't know what the solution is. Like, I know it's been said like, yeah, okay, you can make them like count as already poisoned when they first come out, and that gets rid of low tolerance. But that doesn't stop us from poison capping on Ubers. That just means it won't be 10 hours in, it'll be 20 or 25 hours in. That's still way too broken. What's going on? Can someone explain? Is it time for paint again? Okay. Hang on. Boss. Right? Boss man. This is the boss man. Right? Now, because of low tolerances, the first poison we apply has 1,200-ish percent increased damage on the first poison that's applied. Right? So that's great. Let's just say each poison is like 100. It's going to be more like 500,000, but we're just going to say 100. Right? That means the first poison on a mob, the very first one, with like 1,200% increase, is going to be what? Is that 120,000 or is that 12,000? If it was 100. What's 100? 1,200% on that? Right, so yeah, it's 1,200 plus the 100 base, so it means you get 1,300, right? But the reason that this is okay is because that happens on the first poison you apply, right? Just the first poison would do 1,300, and then every other poison for the rest of the fight does 100 each. These numbers are actually more like 500,000 each, but to make it simple, we've simplified it down, right? Great. Fantastic. Except once per second. Once per second with 100% mark effect, which we can probably get more than. Once per second, we're going to spawn at least 6 mobs around our boss that we can attack. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very weak mobs that are going to get hit by our splash damage once every single second. All 6 of those are going to get hit with this. All 6 of them are going to be hit by that. That is 7,800. Pathfinder is going to prolif all of those poisons directly onto the boss. Every single one of them once a second. Prolif, 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 prolif. That's only with moderate mark scaling. We can scale more than that. We can probably get 10 or even 11, maybe even 12 mobs to spawn by stacking the fuck out of the mark effect. see the problem? What skill I just joined? It doesn't matter what skill, just so long as you poison. Can they make the marked target's prolif immune? Maybe? Can the guy who balanced this new mark skill also rebalance bark skin, please? It could be 1200% more armor.
That's a funny looking flower you got there, son.
That is actually kind of looks like a flower. Calamity, thank you for the biddies. Remember, these numbers, I'm making these numbers based on a 100 poison. Your poison's going to be closer to like at least 250,000 per poison, not 100. Right? These numbers are insane. I'm basing this on 100 just for like rounding so you can understand. Right? Like rounding because it's easier to math and it's easier for everyone to understand. But this is usually more like 250,000. Right? Like it's not... What's the poison build to abuse this? Anything on a Pathfinder? Literally anything. Any Pathfinder. And if you're not a Pathfinder, just throw Bino's kitchen knife on. If this goes through, I can poison Void Sphere. If this goes through every single build in the league as a Pathfinder, you're just trolling if you're not a Pathfinder. It's like an 80 times multiplier, like an 8,000% multiplier. It's fucking... Yikes. Won't the boss's poison prolif kill them too quickly? That's not the way poison prolifts. That's the way ignite prolifts. Ignite prolifts from the mob. Poison prolifts from the dead. So if I grab this, we just go look at the tree real quick. Where are you? When you kill a poisoned enemy during any flask effect, nearby enemies are poisoned. Whereas ignite prolif is just the mob that's ignited has like an aura around it where it's prolifing its ignite constantly. The poison prolif happens when a thing dies. But yes, I've alerted the correct people. That is good. This is something we want snitched. As much as normally I'm just like, shh, quiet, don't tell anyone. That's actually like, there's like 70 different things that I want to try this league that'll look super exciting. And if that makes it in, I'm just trolling if I don't play a Pathfinder on every build. Everything just Poison Pathfinder. Just every build is a Poison Pathfinder. That's the only build that exists. All the other options are gone. That I don't want that. I don't want that. There was so many fun, interesting gems. I wasn't after. Yeah, we got the meta shakeup we wanted. We can't let this happen. We just can't. To fix it, you have to make the mobs immune to status ailments. I don't think status ailments. I think you just have to make them not prolif. I'm glad we don't have to come up with what the solution is.
Get your magic find characters
I'm really
ready.
glad that we don't have to come up with what the solution is, because I don't have a good, elegant solution for this. Ash McGrath.
Get your magic find
Thank you for
characters
the
ready.
Prime, and also take the ride. Thank you for the T1. I would say just blocking those marked mobs from being able to prolif at all would be the solution. That's the easy solution in my brain, right? Like that's the simple, oh, just make it so they can't prolif from them. Okay, that's never been done before. I have absolutely no idea how hard or easy something like that would be to program. I don't know if they can do that. Ourselves to the fight we don't have so we can abuse them. Yes, for things like flasks and maybe even something like corpse explosions and things like that. But what we're not like understanding here is this isn't like mobs spawning so we can abuse it. This is what I'm talking about here is by the time your poison build, not SRS, your poison Pathfinder build reaches Eater and Exarch quest versions, your Uber DPS could already be poison capped. Which is not something Poison SRS even does in its maximum stage. In fact, I happen to have it open right here, and I happen to have a full min-max endgame setup in this path of building. Okay? Over here. Comment out this shit. Let's do our full min-max, absolutely disgusting overkill Poison SRS build. The one that's poison capped and everything. Right? Here we are, poison capped. This is the absolute most disgusting, grossly geared Poison SRS. Everything disgusting. Right? When we change this to Uber pinnacles, it's still only 19 million on Uber. It's still only 19 million on Uber. We're talking about, with that trick Jung just showed, we're talking about by the time you get to Eater and Exarch on your league start, if you have a 6-link, you're probably already dot capped on these mobs, the Uber bosses. You're doing 2.5 to 3 times my min-maxed Poison SRS build on your league start Pathfinder 10 hours into the league. That's not abusing a new mechanic. That's actually broken. Like that's actually, we actually don't want that. Like that's so strong we don't want it. This sounds like Totem Explode tier? No. This makes Totem Explode tier look like a baby build. It makes Totem Explode tier look weak as piss. I missed the interaction. Explain again. I just got home. I'll do a quick re-explanation for anyone who just got here to understand that. So Jung discovered it. This is his tweet. Penance ban plus low tolerance completely breaks the balance of Path of Exile with no investment on a 1 second cooldown. We're hitting uber.cap 10 hours into the league, etc. So basically, this is what happens. For every 100 DPS you would normally have, right? For every 100 DPS you would normally have, your low tolerance cluster jewels makes you deal 1300 DPS on your first poison. Not too bad. Speeds up the clear a lot, but the rest of them all deal the 100. Except with very little investment, all these extra mobs that you can spawn 6 of them very easily. We can probably get more. But we can spawn 6 of them very easily. If you spawn 6 of them, adds on the boss, once every second, all of them get this number, which is this every second, per 100 poison damage you have. They'll get 7,800 total damage pro-lift onto a boss with Pathfinder's pro-lift. And that's just with 4 of the cluster jewels that are very easy to roll. There's also a mastery that gives you another 300%. There's more and more, and you can stack more mark scaling than this. You could probably get with like some proper investment, something like 9 to 11 instead of 6. So the damage could get even higher. The worm jar fixes it. What does the worm jar say? Why? Tell me why this fixes it. Read the ailment part. I don't. Oh, in the mechanics section. Ailments can be inflicted on worms by the killing blow. However, these ailments will not be prolift to other enemies as the worms are destroyed on hit. Worms have an ailment threshold similar to those of normal monsters. Okay, yeah, that. Okay, so it can be done. So that, it's just that. Just do that, that's fine. Fixed. Easy. If they've already got a mechanic that does that, which they clearly do, okay, so this is already solved. It's actually quite easy to fix, that's fine. It's actually quite easy to fix, that's fine. In fact, it might already do this and we just don't know about it. If it doesn't already do this, it's just because they forgot about it and it should be very easy to turn on. My concern was I didn't know there was any other way to block ailment prolifts already. And with no idea how to program a game, I have no idea if this would be easy to implement really quickly in a 2-day period or very hard or impossible. But if this already exists, it's a little bit of armchair development over here because I'm still not a developer and I don't know what I'm talking about. But I mean, if it already exists, surely it can't be that hard to just implement it into these mobs as well. If they do that, we're fixed. That's good. Solid. The rhyming jar was created by Rory. Rory loves this flask. Mark hates it, leading to an endless cycle of worm blaster nerfs. Okay. What do I get the leak start part of the building from the SRS video? The one that just went up? Exclamation mark last vid or exclamation mark SRS? Or actually also pinned to the top of the thing. Is Rory still in TDD? Yes. Yes. Haven't seen him in anything in ages. I believe he does primarily work on PoE 2. I believe. The next uncom panels, yeah. Yeah. Are you still gonna go Traps and Mines League start? I mean, just no, just mines, just Hex Blast mines. Unless they don't fix that poison thing from Pathfinder we were just talking about, in which case I'll obviously be starting a Pathfinder just like everybody else. Thoughts on the Animate Guardian Smite now the Divine Smite has been useless for all of our regular minion builds. Potentially good as its own thing, like trying to stack its damage. Potentially useful as like a... what do you call it? The Chains of Command. It might be better for that as well. It's got some uses, but not in our normal... not in our normal thing. Why is Pathfinder so good at League Start? I mean, Infinite Blast is great, but we're talking about a specific interaction with the new mark that would break the entire game, but it's probably going to get fixed. And it looks very easy, so probably just don't worry about it. Is there another set of gems tomorrow? We don't know for sure, but we think so. There should still be one more patch coming. Right. I need a coffee, but yes, there should still be one more set of gems. Right. I'll be back in just a second. Tis coffee time. Is it still safe to start a Toxic Rain Pathfinder? We might all be starting Pathfinders, but we'll see. Check out Jung's most recent tweet. Back in a sec. Oh yeah. I'm fucking ready to start. Is it time to start yet? I would like to play. I would like to play.
Hello.
Sure, if you sleep for like 36 hours, I could do that. I got a little more to do before that. I got a podcast, I got a few other off-stream things to get done.
Have fun.
Yes.
I've got something. I've got 2 cool things in the path line that might be happening that I need to double check on. Podcast is in 12-ish hours. I fucking hope not. Jesus Christ, that would be 3 a.m. I think like 18 hours or something? Which of the NFCs are going to be best for Poison SRS? I was asking because on the path of building, none of them are lit up for me. I'm sorry. Are those on the path of building? Where are they? Oh! Oh! I didn't know. Wow. I didn't hit update. I guess I need to update that path of building, eh? No one gives a... The thing is... Here's the problem that I have. It's all trash for us. Like, this is what everyone's going to take to level with because 30% movement speed and 50 all res, and it's pretty easy to get both of those. So, like, we're going to take this immediately in Act 2 and use it to level. Same as everybody is. Right? But, like... I don't know what... We don't want Ravenous. We can't use this whole wheel. This area doesn't exist. We don't want Dark Effigy. That's bad. We could get some Flask Sustain from using the Penance Mark skill thing. But it's also a curse. So it would rule out some of our damage. So we probably don't even want that. What we really want is this. This is 100% what we want. Not that one. But, like, we don't have charms to begin with. We don't even know what charms are possible yet. We know enough charms are possible that even with just the ones we've already been shown, this is significantly stronger for us on Poison SRS than these are. For us on Poison SRS, this is by far the strongest. By far. We just don't happen to make use of this section or tinctures or have room for bark skin. So like, it's just here. There are a lot of uses for this tree and there are a lot of uses for this tree, but for Poison SRS specifically, we're here. This is it. I was looking at Guardian SRS. Do you think it'll be better? Yeah, absolutely. Guardian SRS is significantly better than Necromancer hit SRS. Because you're a hit build on League Start, Guardian is significantly stronger than Necromancer. Once you can do the poison change, Necromancer is significantly stronger than Guardian, and it remains significantly stronger than Guardian. Up to about, and this is very loosely, 1.5 to 2 mirrors. And at about 1.5 to 2 mirrors worth of investment, Guardian can finally catch up and overtake it. Because we hit poison cap on SRS at around 110 divines-ish. We're poison capped. And we can't really scale past there. And this can keep scaling. So, infinite amount of money, Guardian wins. Any reasonable amount of money, Necromancer wins. And if you only plan on playing up to like early red maps or only up to like 1 divine worth of investment, then Guardian wins. But I don't see any reason to play Guardian. One notable exception is the alt quality covenant might change all of the rules, but first we have to find out whether that's affordable, whether it ever drops, whether we can ever see one. If you play one character all league, Guardian can win. I mean, if you're the kind of person that makes multiple mirrors in a league, then sure. Okay, so endgame tree. Min-maxed endgame tree. $12 points, you get nothing. 30 points, you get something, and it's gonna be this one. Warden. $50 points. It's a little bit bugged, you have to unselect and reselect it. We don't want anything else from this whole tree. We can do this. No, it's really not worth it. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. You would take this just to be able to path into more of those. They're a little expensive last league, actually. I would say like 450 to 500 ish is like their normal. They were a little bit more expensive than normal last league. Phase gem only have one vortex gem. There is no instacast trade. Huh. Look, I sympathize with Shaq Central, especially since he's like the cold dot dude. He's like the cold dot dude. I understand being frustrated about this, but I think you're a day too early to complain. I'm pretty sure there's still a whole nother batch of gems and it might just not be done yet. You could be right. You could be right. But we're jumping the gun. That's all. We're jumping the gun. Save, import, generate, share, copy. We've seen the replica covenant. I have, and it's very, very interesting, and it might be something that saves Guardian from falling off. However, we don't know how rare it is. I'm not going to rely on it, and I'm not going to suggest people league start it when it could be like T1 rare. It could be like T0 rarity. Like it could be one of those 50, 80, 100 divine items, or it could be pretty common. I don't know. We don't know, and until we know, I can't really suggest it to people. YouTube, I'm gonna go edit my last video's description, put this new path of building in that has trees. Curious if cold could scale higher. It's a lot of flat damage. It does give the potential for Guardian to at least keep up, if not potentially maybe even outscale the poison variant. But I'm not interested in like theory crafting it and like sharing a build with people and being like, look at how good Guardian is now, when we have no clue how expensive that is. Could end up being like an 80 divine item. And I would feel really bad if I baited like a few hundred people into league starting a Guardian SRS instead of a Necromancer like they should be, with the promise of it actually keeping its power, and then suddenly the item they need for that is like 80 divines. Like, I would feel very bad. I would feel horrendously bad if I baited people into something like that. So until we get a better picture of whether or not those are attainable, I'm going to stay away from it. Hope I spelt the sentences right.
Get your magic
Save.
find characters ready.
What's this button do? Oh.
Not gonna lie, my plan was to do Guardian SRS until I hopped into the stream. Hey, BVB. Hey, with a 21-month resub. So here's the thing. Basically play Guardian, get 7 in sleep, and then reroll. So here's the thing. It's sort of... done this before.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Like the hair? Thank you. Alright. Okay. So here we are with a little chart. How do you put in text? Here we go. Investment. Jesus Christ, that's so tiny. Power. Right? Right? Investment. Power. Oh, that's the worst color I've ever used in my life. That's horrendous. No, thank you. What else can I use? That's better. All right. You ready? This is how this works. Here's Guardian. Have big hands. Let's make that a thicker line. Okay. Which is very upsetting because I've also got a small... anyway. Here's Guardian. Right here's normal lab. Very linear scaling. Just goes like this. Just keeps crawling up. Right? That's Guardian's scaling with investment to power level. Normal lab is insane. There should probably be some sort of little spike here for Cruel Lab as well. It does get quite a bit better. Actually, let's do it again more realistically. Normal lab. Right? Cruel Lab. Right? That's Guardian's scaling. This is Necro's scaling. Stays about on par right here. The normal lab, we get a little spike. The Cruel Lab, we get almost nothing. Then we scale much slower than the Guardian. We get a little weaker and we fall behind. Right here, this line right here, this is when we get the enough investment. This is where we get enough investment for the scuffed poison change. Right there in that line. That's where we get enough investment for the scuffed poison change. The first bit change where you just get a sword, no covenant, you're still using a chance to poison gem. Like we're here, we just changed to poison, right? That's where we are here. Okay? That's how that looks. This is why nobody should be running the Guardian. Okay? This line right here. This line right here. Right? This line right here. This is around about 2 watchstones. Void stones, I think they're called now. Right? So if you're going to be doing a small event, you're only going to be playing for 3 or 4 days total, or 2 days total, or it's only a single week event, or it's just like a speed run to Eater and Exarch. Guardian wins every time by a long shot. Huge gap. Guardian is much stronger. Any real league where you're going to play for longer than the first 2 or 3 days, where you get to change into poison, absolutely no fucking reason to play the Guardian. It's absolutely a trap. It does not scale like the poison does. The flip side, 2 things that need to be thought about. 1, if you continue this graph for long enough, eventually Guardian will overtake Necromancer again, because Guardian will continue to scale just linearly, slightly up and slightly up and slightly up. It'll just keep going. It doesn't have a cap. We have a cap as Poison SRS. At a certain point, you deal so much poison damage, you reach the poison cap, and you can't exceed that. And at around about 1.5 to 2 mirrors, the Guardian will overtake Necro again. Now, that's with the current set of everything that we know right now. Replica Covenant might change that. We're not touching Replica Covenant right now because we don't know if it's a 1 div item or a 10 div item or a 100 div item. And until we find that out, I'm not counting it. By the way, the investment level right here, this is literally just the sword. This was like a 20C on day 2. It was like 60C on day 1. That's the investment level here where Poison SRS overtakes it. It's literally like 60 chaos for a sword on day 1. Are you familiar enough to compare Lightning SRS Champ? Yes, however, I don't want to, and it doesn't belong on this chart. And I'll explain why. I don't believe that the Champion Lightning SRS build is comparable in any way. I think it's a completely different build. So when you're playing either the Guardian or the Necromancer, the way that those builds feel to play is very, very smooth and almost as automated as possible. There are a few buttons, but we either trigger them or Arcanist brand all a bunch of them together, and like we don't really have to manage things. Like it's supposed to be smooth, low brain power play. That's the advantage of minions. That's the advantage of playing minion builds, is that it's really, it might be tricky to get running. It might require a lot of work on the planning side, but the playing side is just smooth, easy, low brain power playing. And that's why we like it. That's the thing. Champion SRS is not that at all. It's the aura boots with blessings in it that do like 40% of your total damage, and then a smite that you have to melee things with to do like another 40% of your total damage, and you've got to be really, really active about it. It's a champion aura stacker build that happens to use SRS as its delivery method for damage. I don't think it belongs on this chart. It's not the same build, even though it uses SRS. It doesn't feel the same to play. It is quite good. In fact, it's very, very strong, and it probably has the highest damage ceiling of all 3 variants of SRS. However, it is a fucking nightmare to play, and if you're a Pepega idiot and you can barely use your hands, you absolutely are not going to enjoy Champion SRS. If you're a gaming god and you've got 12 fingers on each hand and you can manage all of the stuff in your brain, it's probably the best. Are you making a video on the trap mine build? It'll probably be... Would I start? No. The trap mine build I'm not doing. I didn't like it enough. Somebody made a video on it though. I saw it on YouTube earlier today. Best comment in a long time. I can't. Which one? Your expertise in the field of tornado shots. So much, yes. I'm wondering if Room's Doomfletch build is worth going comparing to the normal build versions. Like, oh, I actually haven't seen Room's Doomfletch version. I can't imagine there's any way to beat what Crouching is doing. Crouching normally does shit almost exactly how I would do them. But I haven't looked. I have a problem with Pelio stickers, so what feels good for me? do one of the SRS versions. One of the two that play like SRS. So I can quote you saying Rue's version is bad. Honestly, Doomfletch has been pretty good in the past. So... honest question about SRS, how does it feel for map clear? High B tier? High B tier, low A tier. Not S tier at all. It's certainly nothing like Ignite Prolif or Bows or anything like that. It's decent. It's above average, but not like standout, fantastic, disgustingly good. It's definitely above average. Yeah, it's actually, that's the category it falls into in pretty much everything. It's like A tier at everything and S tier at nothing. That's its big advantage. How do you think SRS will do in Ultimatum? It will struggle in Ultimatum until you do the poison swap, and then it will be fine. What league content do you target as a tornado shot player if you're more of an Alcon Go player? I have no idea. Can you remind us who's where/when to make the poison swap? I most certainly can. It's literally right here. Endgame poison. As soon as we hit, this is what we need. You don't technically need the Darkness Enthralled, but you should have a version of it. We need the Severed in Sleep. You must have the Severed in Sleep to do a poison change. That is a mandatory item. It's going to give you Envy. You need to have Envy. As soon as you've got that and any 6-link, you can do Chance to Poison as one of your 6-links. That gives you 40% poison chance. Then you only need 60% total from your jewels. As soon as you are close to 100% chance to poison with the sword, you're good. We did not discuss or include the Dendrobate. We are never mentioning the Dendrobate again in any build guide that we do for this. Can we do it with a 5-link? Yeah, you can. It will still be better than the hit variant, even on a 5-link. The link you drop is minion damage. You drop that. That's the worst link. So Dendrobate isn't good. Let me be really clear about Dendrobate. Dendrobate is not good. Dendrobate is literally just a level 10 chance to poison support. We don't use any other portion of that chest. None of the other things apply. I suggested Dendrobate in the very first version of the build as a 5-link because it would give you a pseudo 6-link, and when I suggested it, it was 4 chaos for a 5-link. And I failed to realize how large of an impact that would have on the 5-link Dendrobate market. That was my fault. I won't make a mistake like that again. But they suddenly became worth a divine or more because everybody was going out of their way to go and buy Dendrobates to do the budget Poison SRS build, when for instead of the 4C 5-linked Dendrobate, you could have paid 12C to just get a random 6-link that had a little bit of energy shield on it and just put the chance to poison gem in yourself. And that's all you needed. All you needed was to have a little bit of energy shield in either an energy shield or energy shield hybrid base so that you could use a blessing, and you could have just got a non-corrupted 6-link and colored it, or a corrupted 6-link that had your colors in it, and just been fine. Dendrobate was absolutely a bait, and it was 100% my fault. I even explained in the video why I was using the Dendrobate. I explained we're only using that chance to poison support to get that 40%. It's just a pseudo 6-link. We only did this because it's cheap, but too many people just took the path of building and ran with it and didn't watch the whole video. All your animate guardian gear is in the path of building. This is your basic stuff, and I've got a min-maxed animate guardian, which is absolutely disgusting. It's all in the path of building. You never need to go into the min-maxed of anything. That's an IQ test, though. It's not your fault. No, it's definitely my fault. It's definitely my fault. I should have known what advertising a 5-link Dendrobate as a good option would have done to the market and just left it out. Just put a random rare in. It's the first time I've had such a huge swing on the market, so it didn't really occur to me that I could have that sort of effect until it happened. And then I was like, oh, I completely fucked the market on this thing. And then also it's not even that good and you shouldn't even be wearing it. Rough. Okay. Like, you should just be wearing some shit like this would be way better. Right? Like, this is a way better chest. The point of the 5-link Dendrobate was that it was 4 fucking chaos. So it was like the cheapest you could get in. Got you that pseudo 6-link, got you that 40% chance to poison you needed, right? And in-game min-max has an enchant. Whoops. I just forgot to remove the enchant from it. Probably got boot enchants too. Oh, I do. Go normal or smite one. The normal one. The normal one. The smite version doesn't have an aura, so he is worthless to us as a support minion. As a support minion, like as a buffer for the rest of it, we do not want the smite version. He might be really cool to actually run for something like Chains of Command and shit like that. Like, he might be very cool, but not for us. Yeah, that was my fault. That was actually Diggs's fault. The burning arrow thing, that was actually Diggs's fault. What a blood charms for poison SRS. Whatever you can get your hands on. You fixed restream. What was the issue? Oh, I fixed it the exact same way I broke it. I did nothing. I did nothing that should have had any effect at all. It just started working again today. I got nothing. I don't understand. This is such a great chart. Good for the Guardian. Nope. It's good for Explode Pop SRS. It might be good. With a replica midnight bargain. That's gonna be a weird thing though.
No love. The gate. I act with care.
Yes, you can crit the explode. Acute Arcanist brand, Blade Vortex, Explode, Blade Blast. I haven't seen it, but we were talking about it. Triggering it as many ways as you could when the gem first came out. You can also put a different copy of it on like a trigger wand. You could put a different copy of it on like cast when damage taken. Like you can really automate the summoning of Blade Vortex.
Exile! It is time to hunt! You have been captured, beast. You will be a survivor.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
We will be best friends, beast.
We will be best friends, beast. Hits faster now? Yep, with quality.
The first ones look upon this capture with pride, Exile. You hunt well.
To mimic Einhar. I just want to res Einhar as specters. Stream. What is the chance to poison in the mines for? I'm gonna be honest, I just noticed it was there myself. It's a gem I use in like Act 1 and Act 2, and it definitely shouldn't be there anymore. I just looked at it and was like, oh, what's that doing there? Ah! That should be like trap and mine damage, or a blue socket. It should be a blue socket. It should have charged mines in it, is what it should be. that's actually what it should be. And if I'm stuck with the green, it should be trap and mine damage. Chance to poison is like a really, really, really good. It's the best flat added damage you can use in like Act 1 and 2. Even if you're doing elemental scaling, it just ends up doing more damage. Chance to poison does more damage than added cold or added lightning in basically every skill. But it's only like an early axe thing. Like I should have changed that a long time ago. Ah. I tank your animate guardians. I usually avoid them because I think they're going to constantly get them killed. They can be very tanky. They can be very tanky. Oftentimes, people use them early when they're not tanky yet, and then lose them. Yes. I generally suggest not even summoning a animate guardian until the gem level is at least 19, and you have like +2 levels somewhere, so that it ends up being about level 21. They end up being very, very tanky though. Like the chances of them dying are slim to none once they're tanky. Which is mostly level requirements. Like they just need levels. That's what that should have been. Can you become 3 blue, 1 green? Fucking fantastic. You probably shouldn't even have added lightning in there to begin with either, actually. But you can stay for now, actually, because I have very little addeds on my weapons. We get a lot from the thing. It'll be fine. I stopped myself carrying a spam to Uber Mavens. I practice her more. Ooh, so Maven is something that will kill your animate guardian pretty often. Because when the animate guardian runs through one of those Maven beams, it loses its ability to recover life. We have a lot of recovery keeping him alive, and it's a lot of percent recovery because his health is huge, so percent recovery is massive, and then that Maven beam just turns off all recovery for like what feels like 18 months. It feels like you could give birth to 2 children in the time it takes Maven's anti-recovery beam to fucking turn back off again. I don't know why it's so long, but it is. Wouldn't know, don't get hit. But the animate guardian is the thing that gets hit, not you. He just wanders where he wants. Like you walk through the gap and he walks beside you, which is through the beam. Instead of following you, he walks beside you. Like what are you supposed to do about that?
Just need a moment to catch
You just turn him off. You just don't bring him. That's what you're supposed to do about it. You just don't bring him to Maven. You guys. Convocation, and probably the problem is he doesn't gain the regen from Convocation either. Like, it just doesn't do anything. Weapon to swap him out of existence. I mean, to control the movement. I mean, I guess you could like blink over the beam and convocate him out on the other side. You just don't bring him. The answer is just don't bring him. He just doesn't come to Maven. He's actually not invited to the party. Maven invites don't have a +1. Is Lightning SRS better than Poison? They're not the same build. Both yes and no. Necromancer and Guardian elemental hit versions are both smooth to play, speed, low brain power builds. The champion lightning version is like 17 things to manage and uptimes to keep and melee hits to do with smite and all of that sort of thing. It's a completely different build. It plays completely differently. It is not smooth, easy, or Pepega proof like minions normally are, but it does have a much higher ceiling. It can probably deal the most damage out of any SRS build, but you also need 12 fingers on each hand. So yes and no.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Now, what I have to figure out is, am I going to use either of the alt quality Hex Blasts in this build? A lot of the "is this build good" can be answered with how fond of your wrists are you? I mean, you're not wrong. Who's finding me a cool rain like level 5? Hey, there are like more than 100 of us, so hopefully someone. No way. Fuck, it's what? It's like 6 p.m. I'm sorry. Patch, but what? I told you there was another set coming. I was expecting tomorrow, not now. What do you mean? Let's go. Let's go. More gems. All right, let's see what we got. Okay. Somebody tag Dreadful. They're just dumping them as quick as they can code them. Seems like it. All right, let's go. Animate weapon of ranged arms. Okay, so this is just the animate weapon, but ranged only. This is actually really, really interesting. By the way, I'm like kind of like animate weapon, but ranged seems cool. Animate weapon of... No way. Animates a copy of your main hand melee weapon to fight by your side. Animates a copy of your main hand melee weapon to fight by your side. Base duration 15 seconds. Maximum 6 animated weapons. Yo! Yo, that's actually huge. I want to play that. Yo, okay. Okay. I see you, Namahu animated weapon, just for fun. Base duration 15 seconds is not bad. Okay. Armageddon brand of recall. Creates a magical brand which can attach to nearby enemies. It periodically activates when attached, causing a fire meteor from the sky. Detached to the enemy dies. Activates every 1.5 seconds. Deals 80% less damage with hits against branded enemies. Oh! So when they say Armageddon brand of recall, what they mean is have 7 brands down, stand on the mob and recall them, because that now deals the damage. Recall me harder. Okay. This Armageddon brand of recall. Okay, sure. Armageddon brand of volatility. Brand that can attach. It activates once, causing of... Creates a magical brand that can attach to a nearby enemy. It activates once, causing a fiery meteor to fall from the sky, and then it is destroyed. Holy balls, how much damage is that? Deals... It's got a damage effectiveness of 370%, 7.5 crit, a huge amount of flat fire, activates once when attached. That's a spicy ignite. That is a very, very spicy ignite. Huge ignite. Wow. Okay. Huh. That is insane, actually. Okay. Ball lightning of orbiting fires a single projectile which moves in a spiral, damaging enemies in an area around it repetitively with bolts of lightning. Modifies the number of projectiles that don't apply to the skill. Base radius 2 and 2, 100% more projectile speed. It's literally lightning sork from D4. Except it, I don't think it follows you. I think it's just the spiral, like Helix, except with all lightning. Except you could like unleash it, you could spell echo it. You could do all sorts of things. That might be insane. That. Lol. Okay. 50% damage effectiveness, which is fine. 5% crit, which is a little low. Unfortunate, but fine. 0.6 cast speed. It's got a reasonable cast speed. It's got a reasonable cast speed. They didn't make it 0.8 or 0.9. Okay, cool. Ball lightning of static is the stationary one. Okay. EK of lingering blades. Fires an arc of blades in front. Cannot be supported by volley. Yeah, okay. So this is just how you make lingering blades again. Whatever. Ooh. Exsanguinate of transmission. Hang on. Hold the phone. Releases a tendril of blood from your character, which has targeted an enemy in front of you. Will then chain to other enemies. The tendrils deal physical damage and inflict physical damage over time debuff, which can stack up to 3 times. Deals 239 to 357 physical damage with a good amount of base physical per second. Duration 3.5. Chains 21 times. Gloomfang? Hello? What? What do you mean 21 times? Maybe I want to do Exsanguinate, man. Maybe I want to do Exsanguinate. That looks fun. Maybe I want to do Exsanguinate. Chains 21 times? Gloomfang me right the fuck up. Holy balls. That is insane. Okay. Fire trap blast. Fire trap of blasting. Throws a fire trap that explodes, dealing fire enemies. Trap lasts 4 seconds, deals a good amount of damage. 80% area of effect. 50% chance to trigger it on time. Deals an additional how much against burning gas? Deals an additional how much? No dot. No burning ground. But that's a lot of... Is that going to compete with explosive? Is that going to compete with explosive? It might. That's interesting. Frenzy of Onslaught. Consumes all frenzy charge when you hit an enemy while at maximum frenzy charges to gain onslaught for 1 second per charge removed. Hi. Hello, friend. Okay. Ice Trap of Hollowness. Damage effectiveness 340. Good amount of damage. Base. Right, so it's more damage, but it doesn't have any of the normal stuff on it. Like the freezes if inflicting more, all of that sort of shit. This is just raw damage. Okay, sure. Lacerate of Butchering. 2.8 plus 2.8 meters to radius, 50% increased angle. Oh. Attack AoE melee, slashes twice. Requires a two-handed axe or two-handed sword. Slower attack speed, decently high mana cost. Slow attack speed. But also a lot of damage effectiveness. Interesting. Still gonna just do Wild Strike though, so pass on that. Lacerate of Hemorrhage is just a lot of flat fizz against bleeding and more damage with bleeding. And chance to cause bleeding. Okay. All right, sure. Okay. Lightning trap of sparkling. Hang on. Projectiles can chain when colliding with terrain. Projectiles pierce all targets. Fires 5 projectiles, chains 2 times. What? Projectiles can chain when colliding with terrain. Projectiles pierce all targets. +2 chain, so it can chain twice off terrain. Yo, maybe I want to do lightning trap. Guys, there are too many. I can't league start everything. I don't know what to do. I can't league start everything at once. I don't know what to do. What do I do? Shut up. Oh no. Are we back? Are we back? Did we lose YouTube at the same time? I lost Twitch for a second. We're back? I think we're back. Test, test. Are we back? We're back. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're back. Existential crisis blew up his router. Emotional damage. Okay. Okay, we're back. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Reeve of Refraction. They never lost me on YouTube? Okay, it was just a Twitch thing. Cool. Reeve of Refraction. Attacks an enemy area in front of you. Each Reeve that hits an enemy gains a stage. Blah, blah, blah. Works with daggers, claws, and one-handed swords. 4 maximum stages, +2 meters per stage. 50% more area per stage. +2 to maximum stages. So 6 maximum stages then. Presumably that extra 2 bits coming from quality. Converts 100% to a random element. Okay. All right. Sure. No prismatic tag, but that's fine. Interesting. Seismic trap of swells. Throws a trap which once trigger release a number of waves, etc. Cooldown time 0.75 seconds. 6 uses. Hold. What? Last 4 seconds, releases 4 waves. Base duration 3.5 seconds, releases a wave, it releases 5 waves. But the cooldown on this bitch is fucking 8 seconds and it only has 3 uses. Is this seismic trap is your main trap? With a cooldown time of only 0.75 with 6 uses. Each wave deals damage in a series of small bursts in a line. Is it Sunder Trap? I don't understand how this works. I'm interested, but I don't understand it. We have to move on. spectral throw of materializing. Throws a spectral copy of your melee weapon. It flies out and then returns to you in a spinning attack that only damages enemies while returning. 30% reduced projectile deceleration, so it slows down slower. Projectiles that have pierce deal 10% more damage. I don't get it. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Storm Brand of Indecision. Creates a magical brand that can attach to an enemy, blah blah blah. Firing a beam which deals damage to the branded enemy and those around it. The brand will detach if the enemy dies. Deals a bunch of lightning damage. Increase of reduction. Yep. Can be attached for 5 seconds. Detaches. Deals 20%. Am I spelling that wrong? What the fuck? Well, that's way more damage. Way more crit. Way more damage effectiveness. Quicker cast time. Activates every 0.4. Activates every 0.4 seconds while attached instead of activates every 0.5 seconds while attached. No more than once every, sure. Can be attached for the same amount of time. Deals 130% more damage with hits against branded enemies. Deals 20% more damage with hits against branded enemies. Is it even better single target though? When you go from 120% more to 20% more? I mean, it probably still is. It's got the leaping built in. I need this gem in Path of Building to even figure out what to do with it. Stormbind of Teleportation. Spread rune on the ground. The runes fade away after a duration. Will be immediately removed when dealing damage. Blah, blah, blah. Rune Blast of... How can I fit more of this? Teleport to the detonated rune if you have not detonated runes in the last second. Okay. Okay. I don't know what to do with that, but whatever. Chaos Golem of Horde. Flame Golem of Horde. Ice Golem of... Oh. Ice Golem of Shattering? Summons an Ice Golem that can use an Icy Barrage spell and a Chilling Spinny attack in addition to its melee. If reduced to low life, it will trigger a spell that destroys itself to deal area damage and fire icy projectiles in a circle. It'll what now? Okay. How many projectiles? What are their damage range? Anything, please. Anything, please. This tells me nothing. It could be very cool, though. It could also be completely garbage. We know nothing. Volatile dead of confinement. Confinement? Volatile dead of confinement. Corpses near the target location explode, dealing damage in a small area and creating an orb which detonates after a duration, dealing spell damage in a larger area. Explosion of the corpse is not affected by modifiers to spell damage and cannot be reflected. Sure. Maximum of 60 orbs. How does it... Creating an orb which detonates after a duration. Why is it different? It just doesn't seek enemies out? So it does a lot more damage, but it doesn't seek enemies out. So is it detonate dead on a delay? Delayed detonate dead? I mean, it's got some pretty high damage numbers, but... It's got some pretty high damage numbers, but... I don't know about that one. Volatile dead of seething. An orb which moves towards the target before dealing damage in an area. Blah, blah, blah. Deals so much damage. Consumes up to 10 corpses. Maximum 10 orbs at a time, though. 40% orb movement speed. Huh. Well, you definitely don't want to automate or trigger this one because you'll replace the orbs too quickly. But it also summons 10 orbs at a time. So that's pretty interesting. Okay, this is great. I don't know what to play, guys. There's too many options. What do I do? What do I do? I need to league start 7 builds at once. Prepare some path of buildings and let the wheel decide. Don't worry, Bailey, with tomorrow's post, it'll be up to 9. Wanted to stop by real quick and thank you for the build video on Poison SRS. Nice. Any of you counted how many we've sent so far? It was over 100 at the end of patch 3, but I don't remember the exact number, plus whatever this is. So we're already over 100. There are still a few skills that haven't received a single one yet, but not many. Poor Pox, right? Hmm. Grab experimental gear and train. Yep. Okay. This reaction to Stormbrand. I think it's only playable with Impulsor. I think I need the gems in Path of Building before I can figure out whether I want to play Stormbrand or not. Still viable with SRS, seeing as it. My loot filters are not viable for any particular build. They're viable for Softcore Trade League. All builds. And yes, the Poison SRS build didn't change, except we had to revert any changes made via tattoos. So they took away some options because we don't have tattoos anymore. That was expected. They also took away the option to use ashes. So we lost a few options that we had, but we didn't lose all the options that we had, so it's fine. There's just a little less variety in it, but whatever. And lost the helmet and boot enchant. No ashes this time around? Nope, ools only. Would Popcorn SRS be better on a Guardian or a Necro? I actually don't know. Necro has the more minion life notable, so I imagine probably Necro. Is RF even still viable after the nerf? Yes. But certainly not as easy as it was before. You're updating your filters to not hide quality gems. Yes. I'll be continuously and constantly updating my filters. I'm also going to make a separate base filter for the private league and a separate module for the private league so that people using in the private league can add a module to their own filter. God damn, what am I going to play? Am I really still going to do Hex Blast? I mean, I want to, but like, also... Shit. The entire group should league start something risky and new. No, I want to league start something bossing. That's my risky is the fact that I'm going to be taking materials and entering Uber fights a weekend with fucking just being who I am as a person. That's where the risk is. Just don't do that. Change your plan. But I want to do that. But I want to do that though. This is 8 a.m. tomorrow. I think 9 for me now. I think it got pushed back an hour. We're going to cover all of this shit in a podcast. We're just going to talk a lot. We're going to talk very quickly and a lot. Right, I need to visit the bathroom. I'll be back in just a second. Whew. Energy blade good. I was thinking of trying self-reflection with it. Energy blade good. I was thinking about trying animate weapon. What? This is probably the best batch of gems. I think overall this is the best batch of gems. Yes. Oh, animate weapon with energy blade. I don't even know if that'll work. I don't even know if that'll work. And should it's a melee weapon? I mean, kind of. It's kind of a melee weapon, but also not really. I don't actually know. I'm not saying it shouldn't work.
Thank you.
Is Eldred ready to do the video? Yeah, he's already on it. He's working on the first one right now.
Yes.
Hello.
1, 2, 3, they're gonna run back to me. 1, 2.
For free.
Haven't seen Toxic Rain yet either? I don't think so. Oh, kind of respecting Park for massive battle. Lightning, I really want to play the lightning trap, man. Like, I really want to do the lightning trap.
That was fun. Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Okay, if I do lightning trap though, I think it's a trickster, and I need a sunblast, which is pretty rare. How rare is sunblast? These alt quality gems are available in normal lab. Like it will be quite easy to get these alt quality gems, I believe is the intention. No, these should be significantly easier to get than Helm and Chance were. Like significantly easier. They are meant to be accessible, yeah. The charms to get chain reaction instead of worrying about sunblast. We actually like actively don't want chain reaction. It's bad. It stops the mobs from triggering. Well, I guess Sunblast does as well. The thing about Sunblast is it makes you throw 3 traps instead of 1. That's the big deal. Yeah, Gems 4 was great. In Gems 4? Yep. We went through them all, they're great. Guild stash in lab? No. You cannot access the guild stash in lab, unfortunately. I feel like you should be able to, but you cannot. Just got everything in the batch for gems? Yep. Yep, we just went through them. I don't know how YouTube works, but you can probably go backwards and have a look. I don't know how to go backwards on YouTube. That can I get an invite before I forget? Yep.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
You definitely don't have to be in the guild to join the private league, just so that everybody knows. But they're welcome to. There are spots. Hi from YouTube. Hi. You literally just drag the bar backwards. But that's way easier than on Twitch. I'll try checking with the figure strike, or maybe cast and crit will explode. I mean, the answer's I don't know. Not really super familiar with Flicker Strike to begin with, so I don't know if it's going to be better, worse, or just different. Now I'm frozen because of option and choices, right? Me too.
The world must be cleansed of impurity. I am the Emperor.
I have no idea when I'm going to league start.
Kneel. I am order. I am the new and the eternal. I am innocence. I am the storm.
What do you mean? What are you starting?
I am the torch.
Are you still work with an overring? Yes.
I am the Emperor.
What do you mean how to start it? You just literally put Toxic Rain, you put Caustic Arrow on at level 1 and you put Toxic Rain on at level 12. For the ring, do they all hit the target? No, it just puts the initial mine always under mobs directly.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Innocence.
Hello.
What in damnation of
You deserve. Once Kitava has gobbled up every scrap of Oriathan flesh, sucked every Oriathan bone dry of marrow, he'll turn his endless hunger to for freedom.
I'm gonna have so many ults this league. Oh, so many ults, man. I want a league start like 7 different things right now.
Remember, we do this.
Yes.
We're glad Lani's told. Innocence blesses your journey.
Big advantage if you're on a console. You get to see all of the different league starts and then pick one for your own league start. There's so much to do. What? There's so many options. Where'd that list of gems goes? I have a new one. No. Fuck. I closed it. Hang on. Got it. %50 chance for traps to trigger an additional time. So much damage, but no damage over time. Even Fire Trap looks really good. Where'd it go? So normal lightning trap costs 20 mana at level 20. So does this one. Cast time's the same. Base crit's the same. Effectiveness of added damage is higher. Deals more damage. Normally fires 8 projectiles. This one only fires 5. So that's where we're losing some power. But it comes with projectiles pierce all targets. Which normally we only had 3 pierce to begin with. And it comes with +2 chain off terrain. And it comes with 15% chance for traps to trigger at additional time. It's still got the crit. It doesn't say fires in a circle. How does it fire? how does it fire? Fires in a square. No, sequential is always listed. It'd have, but also it would say like cone if it was cone, circle if it was circle, sequential if it was sequential. What the fuck? How does it fire? Oh, dealing damage to them and subsequent targets. Launches a trap that throws projectiles through enemies that set off, dealing lightning damage to them and subsequent targets. That's the same thing. Throws a trap that launches a ring of projectiles through the enemy that set off, dealing lightning damage to them and sequential targets. Throws a trap that launches through the enemies. I'm sorry, does it target enemies? And pierces through until it hits terrain and then chains. Yeah, and it can chain off the terrains twice. And then if you put return projectile with it, which of course you would, it'll pierce all the way out, chain off 2 different pieces of terrain, and then return. I kind of want to play Lightning Trap. I mean, it's also significantly more damage. The high end was 1978 and now it's 2374. Yeah, and its damage effectiveness went from 240 to 285. There was an RAQ update today. I don't know if there's been another one since these things came out. Hi, Coffee. I was so set on the idea that I had. One new question since you looked at it. same travel distance as normal lightning trap? I have no idea. All right, what are all the things that I'm thinking about starting now? All the other things I was like, oh yeah. That's not how you spell that at all. The Caustic Arrow was just a dot build, not a poison build. Caustic Arrow has a hit variant now that has a buttload of flat chaos on it and 40% chance to poison and no damage over time. Yes. They're different builds. There's no Toxic Rain in Poison Caustic Arrow. None. There's going to be more of the players, not less. I don't think you could pay me to play Lightning Arrow Deadeye. Honestly, with so many new things to try, fuck Lightning Arrow. I've done it so many times. I'm positive there was at least 2 more. New things to try, Poison SRS. No, this is like possible league starts. Oh yeah, Fire Trap. Kit not dot. Oh yeah. Fork, Siege, Ballista. Ranged animate weapon and golems. Nah, not interested in league starting either of those. Explosive trap. Nah. Using Caustic Arrow of Poison with Ballista Pathfinder. Yes. Palstron either already has a guide out or will have a guide out. It was already good to do that way. This just made it way better. Brand the lightning one? No, it looks really good, but I'd need a decent amount of time in Path of Building to plan that, and we're not going to have them. Wild Strike also looks really good. Wild Strike. Lol. Chain. Lightning strike. Lol. Chain. Lightning strike. Champion. Wild strike. Probably champ question mark. Fork, siege, ballista would be Deadeye. Fire trap, hit not dot, trickster. Poison obviously. Necro. Lightning strike, champ, and not Deadeye. Because it's the chain version. I don't really. Well, I don't. You know what? Champ or Deadeye. Actually, both good options. Can you turn it into dark mode? If I knew how. Oh, that's so much better. Oh, that's so much better. Can I see your nails? Hang on. Is she here? No, they do. They're both purple. Is there anything else? I don't want to do the smite thing, no. Nah, I don't want to start CF champ. I also don't want to risk falling zombies either. I'm also not interested in Chieftain or Frost Bomb. Flame Blast I'm interested in, but not as a league start. In no place for no hero. Nah, not really. Well, animate weapon of self-reflection could be very cool, but again, not as a league start. I want to have like the right weapon for that.
And
What have you done?
Wolfgang shares his recipe for apple strudel. Katie! So stay tuned because we've got all this and more coming up in the next hour. Katie! What?
Ooh. Oh, it's projectiles. It's only projectiles that have chained. Oh. Oh, I thought it was just things that chain. Okay, no gloom fang for you. It's also not per chain anymore. Yeah. Gross. What do you think about Soul Rend of Reaping? I think it looks really interesting, but I don't want to try it as a league start. I think it needs too many projectile modifiers before it'll be good. I think it'll be really, really good in gear, but not that great as a league start. Or Lightning League start? Not for me. There's 11 options here now. With the minions proc arc. No. The minions will get a copy of your weapon, but not the sockets that are in it. What's the downside of 21 chaining exsanguinates? Your screen will be completely covered in flowers. That's the downside. Visual clarity. Yeah. Yeah. Will Popcorn SRS work with SRS of enormity? Not just work, that's its thing. Okay, sort this list by uber bossing. Second ball lightning? No, I didn't. Static and orbiting. Okay, so if I get rid of things that I don't believe could uber boss. Well, I wouldn't Golem answer Uber Boss. That's not happening. Fork Siege Ballista doesn't suit for Uber Bossing. It could be really, really, really fun. And great, fantastic clear. I don't think Armageddon brand Ignite Elementalist is a great pick for Uber Bossing either. Even though that's going to be quite a juicy Ignite and it's going to be really good, that might, like I think you're going to have a really, really good time if you league start that new Armageddon brand, if you can get your hand on it. But Elementalist just doesn't have any recovery. I don't think the Exsanguinate Pathfinder makes it either. Do you have close and personal? I think it can still do the damage though. Can you? I will be able to by the time I've done the fights. A whole bunch of times. Ascendancy Curse and the Transistor S gem. I don't think you need... yes, I have never done Popcorn, so I don't know. I know that that gem really suits Popcorn, but I've never done it. Lightning Trap seems more like clearing and mapping, no? Yeah, except that no. Yes, except that no. It seems that way, right? Until you like look at it a bit more. And you realize that its damage that it gives has gone from 1978 top end to 2374. And its damage effectiveness has gone from 240% to 285. And I'm gonna return it anyway. So it's gonna hit twice. Wild Strike, yay or nay? Yay, I've got it right here. It's on my short list. I think I take Wild Strike and Lightning Strike and put them under mapping. I think they're both going to be really good though. Poison, Caustic Arrow, Ballistas can do both. SRS does both. Traps do both. Traps do both. Mines do both. No. Don't do it to me. No. Wait. No. Hang on. So, quick question. Explosive arrow. The normal champ explosive arrow. Just bear with me till the end of the thing. Actually, you know what? Just give it 30 seconds for the ad break to be over before I run this fucking stupid idea. Somebody link me a path of building for Champier. I just assumed somebody had already pulled it. I'm just using it as a starting point. I have no intention of staying champ. No intention. I'm just using it to pull in all the gear. Not there. Here. Okay. Okay, bear with me. What if we weren't a champ? Right? What if instead we were a pathfinder? Just relax. Wait for it. And we did this, right? And instead of being an ignite version, we keep igniting anyway, but we drop some of that shit. We use a tincture that says all damage can poison, and we are a poison and ignite pathfinder. How can I get enough poison? So we don't need that wheel either. We change pathings. We go through here. We grab this because we're over here. That lets me get poison, poison, damage over time with poisons. I've now got access to 2 masteries. We drop this area and we anoint Panda Petition. Well, nah, this is trash. This is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. Nah, this is trash. This is a bad idea. Is it? Nah, it is. It is. It is. Is it though? I still have champ nodes on. Because I could drop there still. Yeah, nah. Nah, it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. There's just not enough. There's not enough because I need to get up here. I need to get up there for like all of this. You don't really have to get that, but you do sort of have to get that. You could anoint something because you're over here already. You really should just take that wheel, but even with that, how am I going to pull out 10? I mean, you don't need that. You don't really need this either. I mean, I don't know why, but I can't follow you. That's weird. Already looked at gym before? Yep. And dance with me. Nah, this is a bad idea. Because I was thinking like... At that point, you might as well just do the caustic arrow poison thing. There's no reason to wait. Caustic arrow poison is just going to end up better. Same playstyle. Same idea, you just run around dropping totems. Okay, that was a bad idea. It's fine. Sometimes I just need to see something in Path of Building to be like, yeah, okay, not that then. Think caustic arrow poisons anything? I have no idea. So this is my list of builds that I could potentially start. What's the explosive arrow thing you were trying there? I was just trying to like fill out a tree of how running an explosive arrow poison build would be with like a tincture for all damage can poison. But I didn't bother setting up the gems or anything. I was just like throwing around the tree to see how it would look. And the answer was no. But SRS and to the side is as just an escape hatch if your brain explodes. No, it's right there. If you start poisonous SRS this league, I'm unsubbing. Okay, I tell you what I will do this league though. I will certainly, if we get access, if I get access to a replica covenant, I will have to make a guardian with it to see how it really holds up with the access to a real chest that might make it competitive with poison. If we get one. I'll try it for a few days and then I'll hand it on to somebody else in the private league who wants to play it. Not seeing penance brand here seems sus. Penance brand does look really good. Why Guardian over Necro for the Replica Covenant? Because the Replica Covenant is a level 29 added cold gem. So that that means you want to be an elemental. Means you want to be an elemental SRS build if you're using it for SRS. And Guardian makes a way better elemental build because it's got Hatred, Wrath, and Anger for free. Wait, who said that? I'm confused. Lightning greater than... Lightning isn't even on the list. I don't know why people keep putting it on the list. The Lightning Champion SRS build doesn't belong with the other two. It's such a different build to play. You need like 18 more brain cells than the 2 brain cells you need for the other 2 kind of SRS builds. And you need to also not value your wrists at all. Be perfectly comfortable getting RSI. Like, it's just not smooth. Is it the best amount of damage? Sure, but it's not really an SRS build. It's an aura juggling, aura stacking champion that's using SRS to deliver its damage. It's not an SRS build like the Guardian and Necro are. Hmm. I mean, I'm gonna have it saved. The fuck? Just save it, you piece of shit. I think Shadow is the save because you got 3 options. So we've got Hex Blast, Mind, Lightning, Trap, and Fire Trap. And realistically, Explosive Trap. Also really good. If one of these others don't work, you can become Explosive Trap and it can kill bosses and uber bosses as well. I'm not sure about this's ability to do Ubers. Well, no, it should be fine. I mean, it could definitely do all the regular bosses. It could definitely easily do all the regular bosses. How much, Where's the Herald and the Herald? Am I just missing them? I don't think we were getting any Heralds or Auras this league. I don't think that that means they're never happening. Yeah, where's Palsteron's guide? Let's have a look at it real quick. Utub. Palsteron. Show me what you got, baby. Yeah, there's Palsteron here. Thank you. Yoink. I did pick the one that said... Oh, hang on. No, I didn't. I picked the garbage one, the lowest tier. Right, hang on. Hang on. Hold the tone. Let me... this will play and feel fantastic, by the way. I've already played this before the caustic arrow changes. This will be way better. But the thing that I wanted to look at was what is the raw single target damage. And seeing this raw single target damage tells me it should be able to do like invites and regular bosses pretty comfortably, but probably isn't a solid uber farmer. That's like a good amount of damage, but not an uber farmer level of damage, right? 1 second. Okay. Well, with that in mind, God, that'll be a smooth build to play though. I'm really out of film leaf testing for a couple of days for the company. Nice. Empty helmet to fix resists. It looks like it. That's what I was checking. Fuck that. Get resistances. Have empty boots instead. 30% movement speed. 50 all res. Fuck that. I want 30% movement speed. So that tells me I'm moving this. Noob question, but does playing fast now means I keep pressing the life flask? Once every like 6 seconds, yes, but you also don't have to take that node. It's just bonus movement speed. Like when we level our alts with that, it's going to be, we're wearing 70%. We're wearing 70% movement speed boots when we level alts. Because we're going to have 7 league steps on giving us 50. And we're going to pick that up for 30% more. You ain't taking that on alts? You're fucking 100 what? You get them in Act 2. You get them in Act 2. You get your first node in Act 2. On your alt, you're going to do that starting in Act 2 until you get your 30% movement speed. And then you're never going to touch it again until maps. There's no way you don't run into a few of them. Yeah, you get that one in Act 2. Well, they said as early as Act 2. I don't know if it's like guaranteed to be this dude, but I will keep doing all of them until I see this dude, grab that, and grab my 30% movement speed. And then I probably don't touch it again. Yeah, you just follow the blue wisps. It's not going to be that big of a deal. I don't think it's going to be hard. Alright, what are some other options that I could put on the list for bossing? Because there's not actually a lot of options here now. So these are my mapping ones. Ew, RF for bossing? No. Bone shatter? No, this is options for me. Then you check Hexblast with the Warlock tree. What would I even take? I don't want Dark Effigy. I don't want the Affliction Black Mass. I don't want Creeping Lobotomy. I don't want Ravenous. I don't want any of those. This maybe. No, spells you cast yourself have added physical damage equal to 75%. Doesn't matter. Although, gain maximum life instead of maximum energy from equipped armor items could be huge to stack a buttload of life for the life stacker version. Like huge. But I feel like what you'd end up doing if you were doing that is you'd do this and then you'd be like this. There's just nothing else you want. You just like actively don't want the rest of it. It'll look like this. Or alternatively, as I clicking the passive points in the new tree, I can't click them. You have to change it back to none and then reselect a thing. It's like sort of bugged. You have to change the secondary ascendancy back to none and then pick it again. It's a little weird. But then you can click them. Has it done that? It's not intentional. It's just a weird bug. This is how it's going to look though, for sure. Why Pathfinder for Exsanguinate? Because poison's OP? It'll be a poison Exsanguinate build. You could do cold convert Inquisitor stuff as well. But I'd be doing it as poison. The bug may just be you. Alright. I was thinking about a life stacker champ Exsanguinate. Yes. But probably not as a league start. I feel like life stacker's going to be great and there's going to be a lot of weird shit we can do that'll be great with it. Especially with this tree. Like especially with this. But I don't think you league start life stacker. I don't know how that would go. Also, would I consider the totem thing? No. I want something... It doesn't have to be like face tanky, but I want to not get one tapped when things look at me. League started an attribute stacker before. Any tips? Be in trade and make sure you're rich early. A special priority to the Emperor jewel. Emperor something or other. It's like a white lab only jewel. It's super cheap on day 1 and 2. And super expensive by the end of the first week. It's not the strongest bang for your buck that you can get on day 1 and 2. But it is ridiculously expensive a week into a league and very cheap on day 1 and 2. Always. So if you're doing a stacker, make sure you pick that jewel up early before it's out of your price range. What jewel? I think it's called Emperor's something or other. It's percent stat. It's a lab jewel. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. This is the one that becomes stupid expensive within a week. Turning a lab drip, right? I think so. I submit to you a wild strike trickster. That's not for me though. Just oh, first, second, third. Okay. What else was there? Anything else that interests me? Oh yeah, I forgot about Burning Arrow. Deals fire damage equal to 24% of your maximum life. Actually could be insane. I think there's 115 divines in standard. So when I league started an aura stacker, I bought one of those on day 2 for like 8 divines. I think exalts at the time. Like 8 exalts. And by the time I sold that character on day 10, it was worth like 65. I'll just start working again? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't fix it. It just works suddenly. Just reminding myself about all the gems to see if I care enough about any of the others to add them to my personal league start list. There's a lot of gems on here I want to play during the league. Tons. But I'm specifically focusing on what I would league start. Not what I think would be good for other people either. Like just the things that I feel like I would want to league start. I don't think so. I think that's my list. I think that's my current list. Oh, where'd it go? There it is. Twitch is losing South Korea. Yeah, I did read about that. Twitch is like pulling out of Korea within 30 days. Like a super short notice too. All the like South Korean streamers are like, they're helping offboard them onto other platforms and whatnot. The answer is Korean ISPs, I believe. The ISPs keep charging them like through the roof. And Twitch just went, no, it's starting to cost way too much. Bye. South Korean people still going to be able to watch Twitch? Like, what's even... So the streamers, the Korean streamers, Twitch is doing a thing where they very, very much help offboard them on the other platforms that they want to go to. But even with that, and they are trying their best, but even with that, how are you going to get your audience to follow you, right? Like, you're suddenly a Twitch streamer and now, like, next week you're somewhere else. How do you get your whole audience to follow you? You don't, is the answer. Is it live stream so soon? Yeah. Okay. I got this poison SRS for mapping, like high B tier, low A tier, somewhere around there. Pretty good. Not the absolute best. It's not like a Deadeye or anything, but pretty good still. Well, I'm gonna have to think on those. God, I have no idea what I'm gonna play, guys. This is ridiculous. I don't think I've ever had so many options on my own personal list for what I would like to start. Like,
Now that was satisfying.
now will you stop being mad? I haven't been mad since the announcement. I stopped being mad the day they had with livestream. I was gonna say I've never been mad, but then I'm like, that's a lie. That's a lie. Maybe don't lie directly to everybody's face. But like, since the announcement, I've been pretty happy.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
It's like multiple league starts, right? Private league, sweet demise. Have you not heard? We're all starting in a big communist league. I mean cult. I mean private league. Kind of disappointed no Atlas changes. Fucking ultimatum? Because I need a group think. I will take a look at it, but not right this second. I'm too many brain thinking. What kind of cosplay are you gonna do for the cult league start? I don't really do cosplay. So this is not real numbers. This is just like a guess based on my feeling, but I bet it's roughly right. Through all of the trans gems that we've seen so far, which is roughly 110 of them at a guess, about 20 I would consider worthless. So we're down to 90. And then about 30 of the ones that are left are just giving us back things we had before in alt quality ways. Which in my mind leaves me with about 60 brand new skills this league. They just look like other ones. But different ways of scaling shit that we didn't have before. Different kinds of builds, different things. That's... what the fuck? That's so big. And there might still be more. There's about 20 that should be thrown in the bin. They do nothing. They're worthless. And then there's about 20 or 30 that are just giving us back things we already had. And then around 60 brand fucking new skills. That's insane. That's insane. And there might still be another drop tomorrow for all we know. There was just one big stumble. We nearly got rid of lab. Yeah, it's actually, in my opinion, the only mistake they've made is, did it really fucking have to be lab? Like, did it actually have to be lab? Like, could we have just gotten rid of lab?
Freedom comes to those.
Done something else? It's like the only thing.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
And the way they were talking, they'll be adding more during the league. I don't know if they meant that they would actively be adding more during the league, or if they meant that they would work on more of them during the league to release next league. it feels a little weird to actively release new gems during the league. I'm not against it. I'm okay with it. But it feels like something that might piss people off. Like, I personally would be okay with it. But I think people get this thing in their head where it's like a FOMO thing, kind of like, oh, I abandoned this build because it didn't live up to my expectations, and now there's a new alt quality gem, but I've just sold everything. Or, god damn it, if I knew that was coming, then I would have started that because it looks way better than what I'm doing, or like things like that. But like tend to upset people, even though in reality all they're doing is giving you even more options. They didn't take anything away from you, but people tend to get upset about that anyway. So I'm not entirely sure if it's the right move to add some mid-league. In the league, and then there's another thing. So I don't like slippery slope arguments, by the way, like at all, for anyone, for anything. I think slippery slope arguments are weak as piss. A slippery slope argument is essentially somebody saying, well, I think this is actually fine, but I'm worried that later they'll do something that isn't fine, which is stupid, because you should draw the line where you draw the line, not in front of where you draw the line in case they get to the line. That doesn't track with me. I don't like it. Slope arguments are usually just dumb though. Slippery slope arguments are usually just given by people who already don't like the thing we're talking about to begin with, but don't want to come across as someone that's against this thing that everybody else likes. So they use a slippery slope argument to be like, no, it's okay. I don't mind this. I'm just worried about the future. Won't somebody think of the children? Like, it's not a real argument. Right? Like, it's not. If anything, it's an argument avoidance. Salary from this day onwards. No, that's not gonna happen. I think adding new content during the league is actually kind of cool and really awesome. I think adding new gems would be weird for me. I don't think I'd complain, but I think I'd already rather they didn't. Like, I don't mind, like, Hinakori's locks got added into the game during the league.
Need a moment to catch my breath.
And that was fine. That's fine. I don't mind, like, adding a little bit of new rewards or a little bit of, like, balancing of shit like that. But I don't know, man. There's like, I'm gonna have to make, as soon as I get like bosses on farm, I'm gonna farm bosses for a little bit and then just I'm gonna have to make like 2 builds a fucking week in our private league. It's gonna be pump builds, pump content, pump builds, pump content. And every time I make a build, we make a starter video on it. We min-max it as best we can in the league. And then we make a min-maxed video on it. And then we fucking hand the build off to somebody else in the league and we go again. Like we just pump them. Pump through the builds.
Not all.
And then hand them out in the private league to as many people as possible.
Yes.
With like a brief stop to play Torchlight when it launches. This actually feels like the first league in a while where if it becomes a 4-month league, I don't give a fuck. Emails already done, already signed, contract done. Quitting job when? Yeah, okay, calm down. See this number here? When we spend 6 months without this ever dropping below 400 at the minimum, then that's when I quit job. Six months of it never ever going below 400. Also, I'm hooking up something else that I don't want to announce yet, but I've been talking with some people doing another thing that I think is very cool that will excite people, but I can't tell you about it yet. Only hands? Listen, there'd already be a BalorMage OnlyFans account if I thought that there was enough market to make that worth my time. I have no shame. Zero shame. Don't tell you the time for it. That's the thing. It's time versus money. If I thought there was a big enough market that it was worth my time, I'd already be there. There's a bound to the resub count in chat. The number that's on my mana globe, the daily, that only tracks if you hit the button in chat to announce it, the daily. But the total sub count, if it's automatically renewing, it counts, it stays. We've also got this other number here, which is YouTube members. Because I thought I should put that number up if we're going to be streaming on YouTube now. Smaller text, smaller number. your number goes up. It always does. Except for when I first started streaming on YouTube the last month or so when it's gone down. That was awkward. Yeah, of course. We started putting out videos. It's going great.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Hey, Sagai, thank you very much for the Prime. Garth, thank you very much for the T3 sub.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Huge. Oh, it's just an upgrade. Does it count? It doesn't count. Oh, wait. I didn't know you couldn't upgrade. I thought once you'd made a decision for the month, you were stuck with that decision. I didn't even know you could upgrade.
Hope may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished. There is no...
Do the mirror subs on YouTube count towards the D-shirting? No. I also don't have a daily and can't figure out how to put a daily on YouTube. Also, I don't want to put a daily on YouTube.
All right, don't think I've time and time.
YouTube members also have a $1 option or a 99-cent option, which Twitch does not have.
I need to be doing that right now.
They let you pick your own prices on YouTube within ranges. And I was just like, scroll down to the cheapest option. Make that the tier 1, please. Whatever's the least amount. How do you become a member? I'm going to be honest, I'm not super familiar with it. I believe on the YouTube page, there's next to the subscribe button or somewhere near the subscribe button, there's join or something. I think it's join. So I'm pretty sure it's join. And then it has member options. It should, in theory, have alerts now. They're different alerts from Twitch. In theory, it has alerts now, but I haven't seen it yet. I'm not positive that it works. I think it works, but I'm not positive. Might be fine for the lightning version. No, I don't think it's good for lightning, Ellie, or poison. I think it's really, really good for explode pop. I think it's really, really good for that. There's a sub. Oh, right. So YouTube members is the same thing as a Twitch sub, except through YouTube. It's that thing. Even through the new gems, I have. There might even be videos out soon for it. Or a video? I don't know if it's a video or 2 videos.
Nessa.
I think that was going to depend on how big they were.
Hail, Godslayer.
The gems.
Hail, Godslayer!
How many sugars? In what? How many sugars in what? Oh, in tea. You don't put sugar in tea. If you have to put sugar in your tea, you need better tea. Or better taste buds.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I realize. I don't even know what the fuck flan is. What the fuck? What is flan? What? Then was a pudding debate? I don't remember now. Okay, I don't remember it at all. Pudding! Yeah, I don't remember it at all. God, I ain't never gonna repent. Mama, can I get another amen? You wouldn't remember if it happened yesterday? Oh yeah, big reminder. Gonna try and save this reminder as much as possible. Anyone who's joining us in the private league for the league start, make sure you remember to make a character in the normal trade league and walk your ass all the way to town before you make any character in the private league. If you do not do that, your stash tabs will not migrate across and you will get just unorganized garbage in a row. Private leagues migrate the stash tab from their parent league. The parent league of a private league is the new softcore trade league that's launched. And if you don't migrate your stash tabs to that league first by making a character and walking your ass to town, it'll have nothing to pull from. And so it'll just put them in the default order. You do not want that. You do not want that. The worst thing I have to redo my stash tab. Yeah, I've mentioned it a few times. I'm going to keep mentioning it again because like someone new always doesn't know. And why would you? Because why would it even do that? But it does, so just be aware. Just do the thing.
Teach you the laws of war.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
What do you think of the new SRS gem? Looks great for popcorn SRS. Don't really care about it for the versions of SRS that I play.
The soil wants for your blood no more.
What do you just say, blazing salvo mines with the new gem? I'd rather not. Is why? Oh, hi. Oh, I need a shield or another dagger to go with it. Let's see. 663 or 820. Nice. And room for spell damage. Easy. Moving for another chance gem drop tomorrow. I'm still thinking there will be another one. I know we just got the 4th one, which is the one I was expecting tomorrow, but I bet there's still one more. I bet there's still one more. Is this a Hexflex starter? I'm new. Yeah, so that was my original plan and has been my plan for the last like week. I've been like practicing leveling it and everything. And it'll level as Pyroclast mine until I get the stuff for Hexblast. But so many gems have come out that look so interesting. I no longer know what I'm going to start. This is still on the list, but like now there's a list. And it was just this. I was so set. I was so happy. I knew what I was going to do. I had a plan. And now there's so many options and there's so many things that I can do. And I don't know what to do, man. I don't know what I'm going to play. Like I should already be making a video on what I'm going to play, but I don't even know what I'm going to play. There's so many options.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
So I'm not so worried about experimental, but I know what I really, really want to do, which is kill bosses, ultimatums, and high tier essences.
Do not let me test or try.
No, I can do. You can do whatever you want, buddy.
Fucking anything.
No, you can do whatever you want, buddy.
Next league.
Ignore that stupid advice from old Baylor. Young Baylor? Baylor from the past. Do whatever you like. Oh, 104 players on the Goosey League. 121 in the sheet. Yep. And And if we don't worry about it filling up, we'll add more slots if it fills up. Also mapping faster than a tornado shot build? Nah, I don't mind if the mapping's like B tier as long as it's fast enough. It's the bossing I want to do. I would join the private league, ! Baylor League. And if anybody from YouTube tries that command, I will copy and paste it myself so that you can get the link. Because you don't have commands yet, and I haven't figured out what's wrong. You should have commands, but you don't, and I don't know why.
Good tidings to you.
I think the Caustic Arrow Poison Ballista will do pretty good at normal bossing and pretty decent at invitations, but I don't think it's got enough damage to do uber bossing.
You've killed. Farewell.
You should open positions with lab runner. If you do, oh, we're not gonna like make anyone do anything. But if you want to be a lab runner, be a lab runner. The rules of the private league for anyone who's just hearing about it. Basically, there is no trading for currency. There's no trading for currency. It's all our loot. Which means if you get something cool and you don't need it for your build, you put it up on the trade market like normal, but when somebody comes to pick it up, you just give it to them. And then the same rules for you. If you look on the trade side for anything you want, if somebody's got it up for sale, you just take it. Which also means you're encouraged to share, you're encouraged to swap builds when you're done with it. Just like give the whole build to someone, maybe take their build, like trade around whatever you want. Like it's help other people do stone carries if you can do stone carries. If you can't do stone carries, get stone carries from other people who can. Like think like BPL, except we're just one big team. One big happy cult, our family. From leaks out of ice pit build for bossing, now there's one gem version for mapping. Seems like I won't see so miserable to level up. It does seem like it'll be better. You did lose some damage from Heat Shiver, but the Heat Shiver is still like 60% more damage. So okay, instead of like 500 million DPS, maybe you'll only do 240 million DPS, which is probably still fine. Was that a YouTube question? Yes. Oh my god. Streamer bot, the bot, it's gone on strike again. Okay. I guess maybe I need to find another bot. I don't have time. God damn it. Why don't you just work? Why don't things I set up ever just work? It's really annoying. Now it works again. Did Twitch break again? I don't know if it's Twitch's fault or if it's the restream bot fault or what. Sometimes they get messages that come from YouTube, sometimes they don't. YouTube always gets messages that come from Twitch, so you've got the whole conversation if you're on that. I don't know why. I'm trying to fix it, man. You get the whole conversation if you're on YouTube, but if you're on Twitch, you've got chat commands. YouTube's got none of those. I can't make the bot work in... Oh, that is an old command. Probably make that an alias of the one we're using. Never mind, you were already typing it. There's no way you did it that quickly. You'd already made that decision on your own. Okay, we can just delete that one. That doesn't need to be an alias. Nice spot. What's the skill gem you're using right now? Pyroclast mine. I think maybe I'm wrong. Even with the heat ship and earth, should still one tap also use an investment. I split items. Not sure if it'll still one tap Ubers. I don't think it'll quite one tap Ubers anymore, but I still think it will shred Ubers very, very quickly.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
It costs a if it's easy to. I think they said it was just one regret, like a single regret per point. I don't remember where I read that, but I'm pretty sure it was said somewhere, wasn't it? I didn't imagine that, did I? There was some interaction with the ring and pyroclast. Yeah. Astral projector would make it so that you wouldn't have to aim the mine anymore. It will just automatically do its thing underneath the boss. I haven't seen any of the charms, and I know I'm taking it as a second ascendancy. I will definitely be taking it as a... I know exactly how I'm going to start. Hang on. I'm going to start early in... This is an old version of Path of Building I haven't. Hang on. Here it is. Okay. Act 2. We're all going to get this. Act 2, as soon as you get this guy, we're going to grab that. You're going to try, you're going to have no gems in your boots, and you're going to try, if possible, to have no gems in your helmet as well. And we're going to level with that. Free 50 all res, 30% movement speed. For leveling, insane. My priority will be on the movement speed. If you're more worried about it, then grab the all res instead, but that's your first thing for everyone. Great channel, found you after watching your YouTube videos. Nice. Interestingly enough, you found me after watching the YouTube videos, but on Twitch, not on YouTube, which I'm also live on. we go both places. Ironic, right? Yeah, so that's my first point. This is my first point. And then basically, as soon as I start being able to find any remotely usable charms, and once I'm in maps, I'm going straight in here. Doing the league mechanic in Axe. Yo, I'm normally against league mechanic in Axe. I'm telling you right now, in Act 2, do your league mechanics. Start doing them until you get this. That's insane. That is insane. Charms. So charms are from this ascendancy. You get charm sockets. And they're like little mini forbidden jewels, like weak forbidden jewels. They're some things from other ascendancies, but in much weaker versions, but you can have 3 of them. We don't know what the full extensive list is. We don't know what we can get, what we can't get, but whatever it is, I want them. And I want 3 of them. They also stack. So if you get something you've already got, it'll just be a little bit more. Right? Like if you've got, I don't know what for instance, you say you're a Pathfinder and you've got 3 flask charges, and one of these things comes out with 1 flask charge and you put it in, you got 4 flask charges. Congratulations. You can also stack the exact same charm multiple times if you can get your hands on it. With the new sub-ascendancies, has SRS been impacted, seen any impactful changes? SRS has not seen many impactful changes, but some limitations put on it. I did put out a new SRS video just a few hours ago, covering everything with the new path of building. I also included what trees I think you should take. Again, you'll be here though. You'll be starting here to level, and you'll be up here after. 3+ charges and maybe up to 6 charges from the... Maybe, yeah.
With the road to the free... Stay sharp out there.
Oh. Good luck, Kiwi. Are you going to be... You're going to... Wait, if you're getting it tomorrow, that means you'll be in recovery mode for League Start. Are you in the private league? Yes and no. Feel like you should be. Yes, let's go. Let's go, Pineapple. One of us. One of us. One of us. Don't discharge till 10 AM on Saturday. That just means there'll be leveling gear probably sitting in the guild bank waiting for you. That doesn't look great. Baylor will be re-rolling on Saturday. No, Kiwi's in our league start is Saturday. For you, it's Friday. For us, it's Saturday. Should be getting home. We won't even be at maps yet. Well, she'll be getting discharged and we won't be at maps yet. We might be at maps by the time she gets home. I mean, I'm happy with the pathing. I wish it had a little more life than that. But more so, I wish it had more fucking damage than that. I guess we can't really tell without the new league, without the new thing. Hubris, great. Satisgarb, great. Reflection, great. Gone with a fizz, okay. I guess you do have 4k ES and 3k life. Mostly damage because it's all based around a gem that doesn't currently exist, so we can't really judge the damage. It's 1 mil. It says 1 mil, but don't worry about it because it's based around a gem that doesn't currently exist. I joined the private league, !Baylor League. There's a sign up sheet that you can fill out if you know what you want to do. And also a link to actually like join the league. And since I know you missed it earlier and there might be new people here, remember the first thing you do is make a character in the normal trade league and run your ass to Act 1 town. That's the first thing you do. Then you make a character in the private league. Otherwise, you do not get your stash tab set up. You just have the default every stash tab that you've got listed in order from 1 to however many you bought. With no, I just, fuck that. I really want that 30% of energy of chaos damage does not bypass energy shield on this sort of build. I don't know if there's a way to fit that in. Where does it come from? Oh, it's here. I think I'd rather take that. You lose a bit of energy shield, but I feel like with 3k life, you're gonna really even chaos capped. Chaos is dangerous. Very dangerous. I think I would rather take this personally. Aurora Gems is here. Yep, we've been through it. It looks really good. Everything looks good. I'm happy with this. Maybe I don't want the pen wheel as the new one treats hits as inverted. So because pen should still work. Pen should still work. Because it should invert first and then penetrate. Which, doesn't that also mean you really, really, really want elemental equilibrium? Especially if you're locked into one element. Do you want that? No. Okay. Opposite. It does the opposite thing. It doesn't boost res anymore. It just removes exposure to the, yep. Okay. I don't think this mastery will be noticeable to have. If the mob that you attack first isn't dying, you're not even going to notice if 1/6 down the chain finally do start dying. And it doesn't give you any single target because it's for each time they've chained. I actually think this one's like worthless. I think you won't notice it. Because you'll just be doing enough damage to clear anyway. It'll only be the end of the chain that does significantly more damage. But if you're not killing the things at the beginning of the chain, you'll already hate the build. You'll already be hating yourself looking for more damage. I think that mastery does nothing. I think this is still probably worth it. But I would take it later. Find out whether you even feel like you need the chain. We don't know how long the chains are on this skill. You might not even need it. And it's not a projectile, so it doesn't deal projectile damage. So that's a wasted node. If you don't need the range, you can drop that whole wheel. If you do need the range, fine. But I think the mastery is a waste. Just gives you some points back to play with though. Otherwise, everything else good. No, cold is the one that shoots a projectile. Lightning is the one that chains and it's not a projectile, right? A bolt is not a projectile. Yeah. It's a chain, but it's not a projectile like arc. Right? Projectile damage doesn't change the bolt. It's the cold one that's a projectile. See?
Good tidings to you.
How is the wave a projectile? Like freezing pulse. The cold wave is freezing pulse. The arc lightning, the lightning thing is arc, and the fire thing is something else. Dang, yo. And a mirrored version. Nice. How much are mirrors in standard? And if I have enough to buy one, I don't think I do, but if I have enough to buy one, can I mirror your Dangyo gloves? Wait. How come I didn't get to pick other... Oh. Once per cast and reoccurs as well. It should just roll once per cast, but it doesn't matter. Where do you get your shirts from? Mostly op shops. I go thrift shopping.
Play dead. Good doggy.
I kind of wish I could give each kind of charge a different orb. I think that would be very cool. Beep boop. Hi, coffee. Can you do eternal orbs? Oh. Was that on the list? Hang on. Doesn't exist. Not an option. Sad. Eternal orbs would be a cool flex to use. What do you think the new core packs will bring? My wallet to its knees? Me to a state of crying after looking at my bank account? More signed art on my wall? Yep. Yep, there might be more signed art on my wall.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
There's a chance that they might start selling packs that have beta access, but I don't think that they'll be selling them yet. I don't think that that's a yet thing. Maybe though. Is it when they're releasing new core packs? Didn't they say like with the league ones this time or something like that? A level 19 lightning arrow. If that dropped for us on league start, somebody would put that on. We've got like level 10 or 11 gems right now. I mean, someone wouldn't be able to put that on, but they'd take it. Ruslatha.
Release this land to the will of
Oh,
its
whoops.
true chief.
Does the new fire trap looks so good? He's on my shortlist. I have a short list of builds I'm considering playing right here. Fire trap, hit, not dot, trickster. And big fan of your SRS build, thank you. But yeah, the new fire trap looks pretty good. Surprised you're not interested in the new lightning trap? This one right here?
Get your magic find characters ready.
Fearon, thank you very much for the 3-month resub. Opinion on falling zombie cock. Ooh. Lightning trap hurts the hands though. That's alright. I've got some gloves prepared for just that.
Time and tide wait for no man.
I'm sorry, when I sit in town, it gives me my maximum charges for the MTX, even though I have no charges. So I can see what they all look like. I mean, that actually kind of looks cool, to be honest. Oh, that actually kind of looks cool, to be honest. Why do all the shit orbs look cool? The Chaos Orb one kind of shit, actually. No mirror? Not yet. Ugh. Ugh. Thanks, I hate it. That one's cool. When it's turned around, it kind of looks like a butt. The Val's my favorite so far. It leaves this cool streak too. Do they all leave a streak? Oh, they do. They all leave a streak. Okay. That one's pretty cool. What on earth? And nulls look real cool.
Good tidings.
Alright, what is my standard currency at? Probably not high enough to buy a mirror. I generally tend to like spend most of my currency. Usually. I don't know, 575 plus whatever I've got from my current one. It's like another 170 or something. That's pretty close. Yeah. I don't know if I want to like spend all of my... Oh, I mean, I got 9 shards here as well. Let's quickly find where my current... Oh, that one. There's 14 more div there. That's not this league though. None there. There we go. And another shard. Hey. There we go. 10 shards. How much money would it take to do? Plenty. Too much. I could easily buy 10 mirror shards and have plenty of divs left over. I only have to buy half a mirror? I'm gonna be honest. I can't be bothered. I don't really care about having 10 mirrors float around me. I just don't care. Why don't they just remove scrolls from the game? I don't know, but I very much think they should. I don't think they should remove IDing things. I just don't think that scrolls need to be an item. They could be like here in my inventory with like a button that lets me identify things. And I can ID shit the same way I do now, but not with an item, right? Like these 2 scrolls could just be like here and here in my inventory as like not usable items, but like an action to take. I think this one's my favorite. What about the MTX currency? Oh, because I really like this, and I think I like it more than I would like mirrors floating around me. Like mirrors floating around me is very look at my e-peen, but I don't really care about look at my e-peen. I care about like what looks cool to me.
Another damn god. Farewell.
And what looks cool to me is this thing. Especially if this build is going to become Hex Blast. This will fit the color scheme of Hex Blast. You're not starting Hex Blast, you're going to take a risk. I feel like Hex Blast is still probably at the top of my list. I think it's still number 1 in the list of things that I might want to play. What? How did I not click that? Because the thing is, Hexblast Mines is still new to me. Right? Like, if I'd played it before, that would be different. Yeah, if I'd played it at all before, it wouldn't be on the list. I get bored and sort of... So that's the other thing about Hexblast. There's a whole bunch of spells that I can just change into. This is all just spell mind scaling. I don't even take fucking chaos nodes. Like, it's just fucking mind scaling. I can put any goddamn spell I want in here. Hierophant version is way too powerful. Hierophant version of what? Hierophant version of Hexblast? What the fuck? I don't think I've seen a single Hierophant version of Hexblast. Have you got a path of building or a link or a video or anything? Who even what? I don't think I saw a single Hierophant version at all. I've seen an Ignite Elementalist. And I've seen Tricksters and Saboteurs. Ooh, that's gonna have to be shrunk. That's gonna have to be shrunk. But here's a PoE Ninja one. Let's have a look. What the fuck? Why? It's exactly the same, except they're using Dialas, which is just for the Hexblast quality. Dialas? Just, oh no, because it's for all the, oh. I mean, isn't this just weaker? Isn't this just weaker than the life stacking Sab version? Like, by nearly half? I thought I saw it at 200 and something. Captain Lances. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sab scales harder than this. So there's billions on the occultists. Well, let's make it mines. Mine. Let's just look at everyone as minefield supported only. I mean, there's a Sab. Never mind. We don't count this. Jesus Christ. hero wasn't using minefield. I guess high impact mine is the one you want. Sab Hierophant 4K 2.3 1.2. How about just anyone who has detonate mines in their link? Nope, only one of them had that. Okay. Let's look at like week 10 instead.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Yo.
Morning, mate. Hyped for new league. You playing SRS or bows to start?
Hopefully neither, but definitely not bows. I'm starting in a private league, and I'm going to be bossing, hopefully. Yo, these Hierophants are in the billions. Oh. They're doing... I lost the Hex Blast part. Don't know why that didn't stay. Okay, here we go. Doing the mining and trapping idea? The default right now is just Hex Blast mines. But I have Lightning Trap, Trickster, Poison SRS, and Fire Trap hit as current options if I want to boss. And I have a bunch of potential mapping options as well that I think will all be good. And I have absolutely no idea what the fuck I'm gonna do at all. It could be anything here. It could be something that's not here yet. It could be something that comes out tomorrow. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. They still haven't shown the conversion trap. You can still be that. I don't know about that. I'm gonna go Armageddon Brand Inquisitor and the Storm Brand Inquisitor this time. Love that playstyle. Oh, yep. This guy's name is just How to Kill a Boss. Yep, that's how. That'll do it, buddy. 10 days into a league, that is How to Kill a Boss. 3.8 billion DPS. Too legit to quit. How you doing?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I'm gonna stand on the shoulders. What do you think is this falling zombie build? I love that skill for some reason. It's not on my short list of things to start, but it does look like it has some pretty decent potential. He's built it full hardcore and it still has 5 mil on in the path of building, and I know for a fact that path of building is missing somewhere between 30 and 60% of its total damage. I don't know exactly where in that range, but the path of building is missing some damage. It's got more than that. So my guess would be like 6 to 8 mil ish. And that's in his hardcore setup. Which with a little bit of softcore love, you should be easily able to double. Any goals or things you want to try after seeing all of these new gems? So many. So many. So we have a new plan for this league. Whatever our league start, I'm going to try and boss on. What the fuck? Oh, I already got it. Whatever we league start on, we're going to try and boss on. I'm trying to inject some Uber boss loot into the league. And once it becomes time to re-roll, what I'm going to do with priority to new skills, or alt quality skills rather, is I'm going to take build ideas from the private league, from the community that want builds. We're going to make them in the private league. We're going to min-max them as best as we can with what's available in the private league, make content on it, and then hand it over to the person who asked for that build and then make a new one. And I want to just do as many of those as I can. And hopefully at the same time, I can teach how we've done these things, why we've made decisions, how we've figured out what's good and bad with things, and make like a proper string of content out of it. But like not just content, but also like useful content. Like teaching people how to figure out how to make new builds on their own. While also getting to experience all the new cool skills. That's the plan.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
So join the private league. Hello, what are your settings? I have no idea. This? Default everything almost? Yeah, I formatted like relatively recently. I haven't really played with settings at all. What are we league starting? I don't know. Something on this list. Where'd you go? Oh, hey, get off me. Something on this list. Or something that comes out tomorrow. Or something that's already out that I haven't thought about yet. Simplex ambulance will be money. It's also so the belt. The belt will also be good. Sorry, what? I said intense anal is my favorite. Why intense? Why intense? Changed 21 times. Holy crap. Yeah. Yeah. Chains 21 times. Keck W. Like, what do you mean?
Another good find.
I thought Pass 4 was the last of it. They never said. There could be more tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know if we should expect more tomorrow or not, but there could be. What did you think of the single target Stormbrand? Yellow. I don't know. I need that in Path of Building. Find out. Think we'll get an early one and a late one? That's getting greedy. I don't know how much time there is left in... Like, the development cycle's over. Holy chest hair? Hey, the people get what the people pay for. Up my name into his leather seams. How's the day so far? Fantastic. Fantastic. We streamed, we hit the goals, we got fucking new gems that look amazing. We've made 2 YouTube videos already. The 3rd one coming out later. Been a great day. Does that mean there could be a donation instead to wax the chest hair? Why would I ever wax the chest hair? No. Why would you name it Nads hair removal on something you're not supposed to put in your nads? That doesn't sound right. Still a legitimate question. Still a legitimate question.
Good tidings to you. Time and tide wait for no man.
Yeah, the fire trap hit does look real good. It looks real good.
Godslayer, good day.
What's your favorite movie and what is your least favorite movie? My favorite movie is Cruel Intentions. I don't think I have a least favorite movie because when I'm not enjoying a movie, I just turn it off. Just walk away. Every once in a while, let's just skip it and do maps like that with 3 almost. Nah. I do. Masterminds do not share a limit, correct? I don't know. I'd be okay with some alt leveling stuff, but I don't think we'll need it. I don't know. It's all about genre and what I'm in a mood for. Yep, it is. And bosses will exsanguinate chain between them. Good question. No idea. We made a 50 mil storm. Maybe I should just play whatever Dan plays. Maybe that's the league start play if you want to kill bosses.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Do a little lore and story. Pass. Plus, Kitten Cat Noodle does a fantastic job of all of the lore stuff. It's like a niche. Fantastic job. Leveling the spell damage and fizz wand recipes? No, but the spell damage recipes are gone. They don't exist anymore. There's no idea. Are we killed Piety 3 or 4 times?
So
I have no idea why we killed Piety 3 or 4 times. I don't know how she keeps coming alive again.
You're a gift, don't you see?
I think we should probably kill her better the first time. I don't know what's going on.
Wedding day. Really, we are both so touched by your generosity.
This is my song. Obviously that's what Fire Trap needed versus boss is an extra 1800 DPS. It's got no dot anymore though, just a hit component. Looks real good though. You just delete the tabs and you really need to remove everything. You really need to remove everything for them to go away. But up the top, you can just tick the hide stash tabs item button. Like the hide remove only tabs and just pretend it doesn't exist.
Sologov. Born of ocean's mire, and death washed clean of
The Pyromancer adds too much flat fire damage. With massive effectiveness. That's a lot of mana, and all the time you spend laying mines, you're not spending laying traps. So I don't know about that.
Turn your back.
Imagine if someone was leveling SRS right now. Room for a minion damage prefix, +1 fire on a minion damage wand. Huge. I'm a warrior and this is my song. Bum, bum.
journey well.
Or RF. Or RF, true. True.
The relic. Keep your wits about you.
Remember to live.
Wait, does RF even care about its levels anymore? It does, right? It's still gonna have like more based on the life per level, right?
To catch my breath.
Like it's not gonna start at 70%. It's gonna start at like 30% or something. And then that and the AoE should go up. That's what I would assume. Or the alt quality comes out tomorrow that's got the same scaling as the old one, and everybody's like, "Oh, fantastic. Bye." P.S. I think there's like a near 0% chance that that happens. I have one good reason for that. If you were going to have both versions of RF, the reworked one and the current one that we have right now, it would only make sense to do the other way around. The default should be how it is now because that's the default and also the very useful to brand new players and whatnot version. Very easy to understand, very easy to scale. That being said, the new one is actually usually more damage at really low levels. It's just harder to understand. Or harder to build for. But you could, I mean, you could, well, is it? Or is it just different? No, it's just different. It could be. It could be the other way around. And while leveling, as long as you actually take life nodes and whatnot, the new one should be slightly better. You could just sprint cold RF on us too. Lightning damage over time. Righteous fire of electricity. Give me a Chaos RF. It's called Death's Oath. But also if you give me a Chaos RF, I will play it with Death's Oath on. Good morning, what am I looking at? This is Pyroclast Mines, which is in itself already a really good build, but what I will be leveling as before being able to change to Hexblast, if I decide to go Hexblast. Which I very well might do or might not.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
It's been the plan for weeks. Patch 4's live? Yep, we looked at them earlier. Good morning, I just downloaded Good morning, I just downloaded PoE for the first time. I've been playing for about 4 hours now. Welcome. This is going to be overwhelming as fuck. Please feel free, like, follow, come back, ask any question you've got whenever you've got. It's a lot. It's a lot. How far are you? In 4 hours, just out of curiosity. Red maps. Level 10. Ooh. Ain't no judging. It's so easy to just like look at shit and full clear zones and look at all of the quests and read the things and like all of the things. Remember? First time players are going to get real busy with like looking at lore shit quite often and not even knowing which way to go and doing side quests they don't need to, all sorts of stuff. It's just a fun time when you're doing it for the first time. Oh yeah, imagine how long first time playing you could spend on just looking at a gem vendor. Did you just start and finish a stream on YouTube? No, I'm still live on YouTube. I'm still live on YouTube, aren't I? Yep.
Hello to you, great dreamer.
I have to feel coming down and I have to find another to the forest. Yeah. My biggest suggestion for the first time playing is literally just to spend a day or two just blindly playing and having fun. But a warning I'd like to hand out to brand new players is if you don't follow a build guide, the game is too complicated and at some point you will hit a wall where your build is just not good enough to progress. I think that that's okay. I think that that's fine. I think that that's good even. But the game is too complicated. It has a very steep learning curve. And just like be aware of that. Just so that you know what's going to happen. It feels a lot better if you know moving forward that at some point you're going to hit a point of failure. It happens to everybody. That at least everybody who doesn't follow a build guide for their first time ever. But it's just good to be aware of. There's so much to learn. I'm like 3 or 4 leagues in and I'm still figuring out. Yo, I am like 25,000 hours in. I've been playing for nearly 10 years and I'm still asking Twitch chat for answers to questions sometimes. There's a lot. Got some damage in this build though.
The black venom.
I have no idea how many hours I've got. I've been playing since I am. Thoughts on the new SRS? I mean, the new SRS Transgem is worthless to us as a poison SRS players, or even as elemental hit, like the Guardian versions. But it looks really good for what it's meant for, which is popcorn explode. Looks great. We don't know exactly how difficult it'll be when we get one of the new gems. We don't know exactly, but we're running in the assumption that they will be relatively easy to get because that's what we were led to believe. They wanted them to be available. They even went as far as making a lot of them available, if not all of them. I don't know. In normal lab? So you don't even have to be doing like Ubers and whatnot? So I feel like we can assume that we will be able to get the alternate gems. I'm following a Shadow Poison Blade Vortex Assassin build. Probably good enough for your first build. Are you aware of how the league cycles work and that we'll be starting a new league in like 2 days here? And how that works? Do you actually get 15 stacks of Wither on Poisonous Rest? Yes, consistently, all the time, 100%. Wait, we could probably maintain like 50 stacks if you could have 50. First lab before some skills become available. That doesn't mean that I can't pick up the thing and come back. Who's the new guy? When I had to interrupt. Oh, right. Damu Assassin. Tell me when you're out of this ad break that's about to start. I'll explain how things work and what I think you should do.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Hey. Even a gifted sub. Did that make it in time? Is he still here or is he stuck in that ad break? I'm here? Fantastic. Right. So, brand new leagues in this game happen typically every 3 months, sometimes every 4, but typically every 3 months. And it is basically a brand new realm with whatever the new league content will be. For this league, it's called Affliction. There'll be a bunch of new content in it. We won't get into what that content is, but basically in 2 days' time, everybody will be starting fresh. Level 1, no currency, nothing, don't own any characters, don't have any gear, don't have anything at all. And we'll all be starting together. And that's what we call League Start. And it is something that I think that you should do even as a brand new player. Which kind of means that today, tomorrow, and potentially part of the next day, I don't know when you live, but up until League Start, you could just consider practice time. The reason I think you should join in a new league is because if you manage to make it to maps, which a lot of people don't, so don't feel bad about it if you don't. But if you manage to make it in and you like the game and you want to start like getting involved in things and like following like more end game guides and such, it'll be nearly impossible for you to afford anything in the standard. It has 10 years worth of inflation in it, and most people aren't going to be logged into standard to sell things. So if you want to have any chance of like being able to buy any gear with the things you do find on the floor, you're going to want to be in a trade league to do it. Like in the current league. Can you run? So that's a good question. Unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that question, Hooligan, because I don't know if that 20% is global to all minions or local to that minion. If it is global to all minions, then yes, and that will actually change how we build Poison SRS. We'll want to use the upgraded sword. But if it's local to that minion, then no. We're not even going to use it, and we'll put Stone Golem on. Let's not pose an SOS. Should we try the golem with the... I'm hoping we just find out whether what way it works.
Catch my breath.
If I can leech or pretty much be playing solo self-found. Okay, two things. One, don't feel bad about leeching. I and several other people my entire normal team is playing in this private league have way more leftover shit than any of us ever need. Used by day 3 in a league, we can probably, as a small group of like 5, probably have enough leftover maps for like 50 people to get map completions on. So don't feel bad about leeching shit. Like that's the point. The point is to bring people up, right? Like that's the whole point. Second, you won't feel like playing solo self-found if you join the global chat and like get involved, right? Like join the global chat and like come say hello, get involved. People will be like sharing completions of unique maps and those sort of things. The trade website will still work. Like you'll be able to still like buy things from the trade website. You won't be buying it. You'll just be rocking up and taking stuff, right? I have like 10 or 11 atlas trees on the spreadsheet that you don't have to run one of them, but they're like ideas for things that would be useful. If you find mechanics you really like, you can just be like, hey, I love running essences, but I don't know how to craft. You can just go run essences all day and put the essences into the guild bank or hand them over to somebody else and get stuff crafted for you. Like it will be good. Just a bit down when and everybody will be, and you're in Act 3. We've definitely got. I don't know how to say that nicely. We've got quite a few people who will be slow as well. Like we've got some quick people, we've got some juicers, we've got some bosses. We've also got plenty of people who will be slow. And that doesn't matter. That's the point. In fact, if you're slow, there'll probably be leftover gear for you, right? If you don't start until the second day, there'll probably be some twink leveling gear that you can just take, right? Like don't feel bad about being behind or thinking, oh, but I can't contribute. Like you don't have to. This is fucking socialism over here. You will be provided with a minimum livable wage for free. Like universal basic income here. Like this is fucking like you'll be fine. Round 3, round 4's out as well. Yes, we looked at that as well. I just never changed my thing. Just go will help a lot as well. No, we're in a private league. We'll have nothing to do with TFT. This is a private league. Oh, no, I wouldn't send a new guy to TFT at all. No. Brand new players? Absolutely not. That's too much. That's too much. That's too... You need someone to get hooked first before you introduce them to shit like TFT. Someone needs to already be addicted. The what? Don't even worry about it. Forget you even heard it. That's like a whole different thing. They're trying to introduce you to like super endgame community discords that help with like mass trading of like achievements and carries and all sorts of things that are like, no, you don't need any of that. It's a whole thing. You want to be like involved, not just trying out the game before we even like think about things like that. That's not.
I need more.
Something that will help you though, as a brand new player. Exclamation mark filter. This will help quite a bit. Hang on. Exclamation mark filter. If you click that link, as long as you're logged into the website, there will be 3 filters. These 3. Baylor League Start to red maps, Baylor red maps to 2 void stones, and Baylor after 2 void stones. If you follow these 3 filters, you'll probably only be using League Start for a while. But if you follow those 3 filters, they will show up in game as a different color. This blue. And those I manage and update for softcore trade, and that'll hide a bunch of garbage on the floor that was never going to be useful to you in any situation. It was always trash, and it'll save you a whole lot of time looking at, like, you won't have to look at like bad items that aren't worth picking up. You'll only see things that might be useful. You'll want to stay on League Start for a while, especially as a new player through the whole campaign, and even through early mapping, you'll be on the League Start version, but it'll still help you quite a lot.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
What are you league starting with? Does anyone know? First league, I got a few old sacrifice and half thing. Has to be with a house of mirrors and he got a +2. Wow. Nice. Do we know what you're league starting with? No. I'm league starting either with something on... Shit, where'd it go? There it is. Hey, get off me. I'm either starting with something on this list, or something that comes out tomorrow, or something else I haven't thought of yet that has already come out. Who knows? Got further with the last season than ever before. Nice. Is that list listed somewhere? It's on my Twitter. I posted a screenshot of it on my Twitter. This isn't like a comprehensive list of like all the good starters. These are just the things I'm personally considering starting in our private league. Is there any significant changes to leveling SRS? No. In fact, there are very few changes to SRS, but there is a new path of building that's updated to the current league. It includes the passives, the new ascendancies, and it also includes the min-maxed gear set and gem set, so that you know the like long-term goals as well. Because that was missing from the last guide, and it did lead to a lot of questions. So we put a min-max set in there as well. And by we, I mean me. I did the thing. Oh, I don't have a Hex Blast build or anything like that. Like, I don't have a build guide for this. I deserve 0.1% of the credit.
Yes, I thank you.
I did need help.
Though
I couldn't
loved
figure
him,
out how to, what was the thing I couldn't figure out how to do? Oh, I couldn't figure out how to, like, color code things
Farewell.
without the notes section. You mean where you click the button? No, clicking the button only works in the notes section. I was trying to work out how to... Hang on. So for instance, you make a set of skills, right? Whatever. And then you make a different set of skills. New. Right? And then you want them to look different. You want them to like appear different in here. Working out how to recolor those took me way longer than it should have. It turns out it's real simple once you know how. Rename. And you just do the little up arrow thing. And then like 1. And then you go, hello. And 1 is red. And you rename this one. It's new. And if you do like the little up arrow, shift 6, 2, it becomes a different color. And shift 3 and it becomes a different color. And 4 and it becomes a different color. And 5 and it becomes a different color. And 6. But I couldn't figure out how to do that. It wasn't written anywhere. It took ages. Carrot is the name of that symbol. Little pointy boy. But that's how you can color code like gem links, path of like this thing, the trees, different trees when you've got multiple trees. And helmet enchant and helmet enchants are gone. Did I not give it an update with the enchants gone? I meant to. Did I not? Just take the enchants off, but I thought I updated it with the enchants off. Son of a bitch, I didn't. Oh, I did. Wait, hang on. Wait, this isn't it. Here it is. This is the one. I did get rid of enchants. I did get rid of enchants. Oh, I can get rid of that enchant. Oh, there are too many items in this path of building, man. You. Apply enchant. Remove. Save. I assume there's none on there. Cool. I do have one on here as well. Dragon scale boots. Oh, they're right there. Good catch. That will catch a bunch of people. Thank you. Okay, is everything else gone? No other enchants on any of the other gear sets? No. Okay, done. Done. Generate, share, copy. Right, that's updated. That'll be updated on the written guide as well. Let me put it in the path of building on the YouTube video. Paste. Save. Done. Done. Fixed. Thank you. Is going to be the stream title? Yeah, I just never changed my stream title. Hang on. Round 3 and 4. There we go. Done. Yeah, I'm going through your atlas trees. I'm trying to actually okay, the maps work. If they have 200%, does that mean 2 mobs? No. In fact, going over 100 breaks it. Not breaks it, like it just doesn't work. 104 is the same as 100. 200 is the same as 100. So you just take enough to get to 100 is really, really good for your progression. But getting 150 would be a waste of points. Doesn't do anything.
Gruff call. Thus I release you from motherhood's rage.
After building the password, I should wait and see if PoE Ninja. I don't have one. There are already some on PoE Ninja that you can use from last league because it was a usable build last league. And the new version of Exsanguinate should be even better for clear anyway. But I don't have one. Ah, shit. Alright. Alright, more stuff to do. And I'm gonna get ready and prep for podcast tomorrow. I should get off. Yo, I already want to stream 16 hours a day and forget about all the other work. I'm so fucking excited for this league. It's been so long since I've been this hyped. Do it, I won't tell. She's a sweet little thing. Okay, let's see who's on. Do you have anyone I could follow for a spell totem build? Anyone seen a spell totem build come out yet? From anyone reasonable? Oh. Taddy made a spell totem build? I'm good with that. Reliable enough. Go nuts. Look at that dude. Nice. I never had planned for spell totem. Yeah, I thought he was doing caustic, which I think is going to be really, really good.
Now, I may miss. Here are ways. When you now brutal goodbye.
Being on friends for drugs and the other. Oh shit.
Keep your wits about you.
Alright, let's see who's on. Almost nobody. That's because it's nearly league start time and everyone is busy. Alright. I'm gonna call that a day. Many things to do. For making crossing air build yesterday for MF. Sadly, but yeah. The caustic arrow is a earlier thing, and the poison one is ballistas. It's already called a day. All right, Dad. Thanks. All right. I will see everybody maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day. I don't know if there even is a stream tomorrow. We got a podcast pretty early in the morning that's going to be on Capmaster OP's YouTube channel. And then I also just have to go to bed at like 5 in the afternoon. Probably like 6 or something. There might be like a small stream for like an hour or two to go over gems. And then that'll be pretty much it. So at least that VOD will be up for anybody who misses it. But otherwise, that's probably all the streaming I do tomorrow. I will see everybody tomorrow briefly, and then for League start. Yeah. Goodbye.